It's February 8th, 1924. We're at Nevada State Prison in Carson City, where 29-year-old Guy John is beginning to lose his nerve. Just hours before, the gangster and hitman had adopted a kind of live by the sword, die by the sword attitude to his impending death. He told a journalist, "Gas all the same as rope or shoot 'em gun. No worry." But now, with the void yawning before him, it all seems too real. He actually begins to weep as the hour of his demise draws closer. His guards are appalled by his sudden loss of resolve. One tells him, "Die like a man, John." But his executioners are pretty anxious too. This morning they'll do something they've never tried before. They will carry out a death warrant using lethal gas. And so, just before 9:40 a.m, Guy John is strapped to a metal bench in his hastily constructed death chamber. The room is cleared, and the process begins. As the pump kicks in, the sudden sound startles John. He turns his head as if in fright, as hydrocyanic acid is sprayed into the room. It only takes a few seconds for the gas to take effect, as puddles of acid condense on the chilly floor of the chamber, and witnesses watch on from outside. Guy John seems to sink back onto his bench. Then, the convulsions begin. This is the story of one of the more bizarre and disturbing entries into the United States litany of execution methods, one that was controversial when it first emerged 100 years ago, and yet is still in use to this day. The gas chamber. Just like is so often the case with the cruelest forms of execution, the gas chamber was actually developed out of an apparent desire to be more humane. Alan McLean Hamilton was a psychiatrist from Brooklyn, New York. He specialised in the impact of trauma on mental health and in criminal insanity, which put him in close proximity with the criminal justice system. At Sing Sing Prison, New York, in 1905, Hamilton witnessed something that changed him forever: the executions of Frank Ramieri and Adolphe Koenig in the electric chair. The first execution went just fine. Hamilton was unsympathetic to Ramieri, describing him as a degenerate Italian. Hamilton was unmoved as the jolt of electricity quickly transformed the prisoner into a limp thing. Koenig's execution, however, was a little different. Hamilton reported a distressingly perceptible and horrid smell of burning flesh. This was too much for the psychiatrist. In his 1960 memoir, he wrote, "It was not long before my nervous system and stomach rebelled, and I hurried to the cool outer air and left Sing Sing as soon as I could." The second execution had a profound impact on Hamilton, so much so that he began thinking of an alternative, something that would get the job of killing done without literally cooking the prisoner. This thought experiment led Hamilton to a new method: gas. One gas in particular seemed like the ideal candidate: hydrocyanic acid, or cyanide gas. Swedish chemist Carl Wilhelm Scheele had first isolated hydrocyanic acid back in 1782. He derived the acid from the Prussian blue pigment used by artists to achieve deep, rich blue colourings since the early 18th century. Unfortunately for Scheele, his curiosity got the better of him. He had a tendency to smell and taste new substances as he discovered them, including hydrogen cyanide. Scheele's kidneys failed in 1785, and then he died in 1786, aged only 43. The official explanation was mercury poisoning, but tasting the deadly toxin, hydrocyanic acid, can't have helped either. In gaseous form, hydrocyanic acid is known as cyanide gas, and it's, of course, lethal. It essentially asphyxiates the body's cells, which means that tissues, organs, and crucially the brain, can't get the oxygen they need. While Hamilton was publishing his memoir in 1916, World War I was already well underway. Since 1915, both the Entente and the Central Powers had been using gas to sow death and panic amongst the enemy. At the Somme in July 1916, French forces began experimenting with hydrogen cyanide delivered via artillery shell. While these shells did cause casualties, the gas was largely ineffective. On an open battlefield, it was hard to achieve the massive concentrations that were required to kill. But for Hamilton, this was a breakthrough. When applied within the confines of a gas chamber, it would be all too easy to achieve this concentration. So, Hamilton then went on tour, along with his supporter, the US Army Doctor Delos Turner. They approached state legislatures seeking a taker for their new method. Hamilton ultimately died in 1919, and so he never got to see his gas chamber in action, but Turner continued his search, and in 1921 he found a taker. The state of Nevada would be the pioneer that introduced gas chamber executions to the world. The Nevada Department of Corrections was truly venturing into the unknown. While everyone knew that hydrocyanic acid was lethal, no one had ever attempted to make an execution with the stuff. And in some ways, it's not surprising that Nevada volunteered to go first. The state actually has a bit of a history with experimental execution methods. In 1913, Andrija Mikulovic had faced the shooting machine after a murder the previous year, and this was essentially a spring-loaded automatic firing squad. Though Mikulovic seems to have died quickly, the shooting machine didn't quite catch on. Thanks to the recommendation from Hamilton and Turner, though, Nevada now had a new and innovative way to achieve the same ends. Now they just needed someone to execute. Enter Guy John. Guy John was a Chinese immigrant born in Guangdong sometime around 1895. He'd arrived in San Francisco about 12 or 13 years old and spent most of his life in the city's Chinatown district. As he grew, Guy found himself disillusioned with the idea of a normal career and was instead drawn into the world of organised crime. He fell in with the Hip Sing Tong Society, making good money in the drug and illegal alcohol trade. But when war broke out with the rival Bing Kong Tong Society, Guy was expected to become a soldier. In August 1921, Guy and his young apprentice, Huji Singh, travelled to Mina, Nevada. They were there on business, and that business was murder. On August 27th, they paid a visit to the home of Tom Kwong Ki, who owned a Chinese laundry in the town. Tom was allegedly a member of the Bing Kong Tong. Standing only 5'4", Guy was not a physically intimidating man, but he was a man of action, and when Tom answered the door, Singh seems to have frozen. Guy, on the other hand, did not. He fired twice with his pistol, striking the 74-year-old man dead. The two men were arrested in Reno later that day. Singh, who was born in the US and seemed to be cooperative with the authorities, got life imprisonment and was released in 1934. Guy, on the other hand, was described by the judge as an illiterate Chinese unacquainted with American customs, and as he'd been the one to pull the trigger, he was the one sentenced to die. So, Nevada had their man. Now they just needed to figure out what they were going to do with him. Things didn't go as smoothly as they'd hoped. Their sources for the hydrocyanic acid was the succinctly named California Cyanide Company in Los Angeles. But the CCC was a pest control company. They killed insects, not people, and they refused to deliver the poison for such a purpose. So, representatives of the Nevada State Prison went to fetch it themselves. Next, 4 prison guards grew disturbed by the process and then promptly resigned. This prompted officials to attempt to carry out the execution in secret. Bizarrely, and probably unconstitutionally, they pumped the cyanide gas into Guy's cell while he slept. But this didn't work, as the gas just leaked out. Finally, they then set up a death chamber, appropriately in the prison's butcher's shop. But they weren't going to just send the man into this death chamber without testing it first, so they executed 2 cats in there just to find out if it actually worked. After an apparently pain-free death, which took just 15 seconds, the chamber was declared good to go. On February 8th, 1924, Guy John went to his death. Over his time spent on death row, Guy had taken to starving himself. On the morning of his execution, his already tiny frame had shrunk even further, and he weighed just a little over 40 kilos. As his confidence and spirit faded from him, the sight of the wretched, weeping man unsettled the guards. But rather than invoking sympathy, the guards were disgusted. One of them instructed him, rather uncharitably, to, as we said, die like a man, John. He was strapped into his metal bench, and at 9:40 a.m. the hydrocyanic acid was sprayed into his chamber. Outside, witnesses began chain-smoking cigarettes, apparently to protect themselves against, quote, any vagrant gas that might drift their way. Immediately, it was clear that the chamber hadn't properly been set up. An electric heater was supposed to keep the room at 24 Celsius, enough to ensure the gas remained a vapour. But the heater broke down, and the chamber was only 11 Celsius, so the acid began to condensate into puddles on the floor. When the pump kicked in, Guy was seen to turn his head, startled at the sudden noise. However, he seemed to lose consciousness within just 5 seconds. Witnesses stated that Guy appeared to be in some discomfort. He kept nodding his head up and down for at least 6 minutes before he was finally pronounced dead by a doctor outside the chamber. Once the grim spectacle was complete, no one seemed quite sure of what to do. Witnesses waited for some time until all the gas had been vented out of the room and the puddles of acid had evaporated. Though eager to conduct an autopsy, doctors decided against it. They were concerned that Guy's corpse might release more of the gas. The bizarre speculation continued long after Guy's death. Delos Turner was thrilled to see his new method in action and wanted to carry out more experiments. He requested permission to inject camphor into Guy to see if this might bring him back to life. Prison wardens denied the request. This led to rumours that Guy wasn't fully dead and was just in a state of suspended animation. When he was buried in Mineral County, Nevada, local residents seemed genuinely concerned that Guy might rise from the ground and stalk the region as some kind of vengeful zombie revenant. Many were repulsed by the grim process of Guy John's demise. One journalist from San Jose Mercury News, who evidently quite fancied a career as a novelist, was a vocal opponent. He wrote, 100 years from now, Nevada will be referred to as a heathen commonwealth controlled by savages with only the outward symbols of civilization. But despite these scathing criticisms, and despite the fears that the condemned man might rise from the dead, many seemed to think that the execution had been a success. In their eyes, Guy John had been killed according to his sentence and had been killed humanely. According to the Nevada State Journal, Nevada's novel death law is upheld by the highest court. Humanity. So, Nevada and the United States had their precedent. Over the next 15 years, Nevada would execute 8 more people using the gas chamber. By 1934, states like Colorado and Arizona were actively using the chambers too. In 1936, North Carolina began doing the same, and 11% of executions conducted in the USA that year were carried out by gas. Wyoming, Missouri, California, and Oregon would all conduct their own gas chamber executions by the end of the decade. By this point, of course, history had entered one of its darkest chapters, the Second World War. And while this video is mainly going to focus on the gas chamber in the United States, gas has become so synonymous with the atrocities of World War II that we just can't leave this out. But, interestingly, the gas chamber had gone international even before the outbreak of war in Europe. Lithuania had been using a gas chamber at Kaunas since 1937 and executed at least 9 people in this way prior to 1940. From the 1930s, the Soviet Union had been using gas fans, or dushogubki, literally soul takers or soul killers. Victims would be arrested, placed in a van, and then exhaust fumes would be piped into the back of the vehicle, killing them. Nazi Germany evidently thought that such contraptions were a good idea. They began doing the same thing to their prisoners in the early years of the war. One witness described how harrowing these gas vans truly were. Victims were pushed inside until there was no more space, at which point the van was sealed and the fumes were pumped in. From the outside, it was possible to hear the screaming from within and the desperate banging on the walls as the victims slowly died. The corpses were described as blue, wet with sweat and urine, the legs covered with excrement and menstrual blood. There's some debate around whether these horrifying results led to the Nazis developing something more sophisticated for the final solution. Criminologist Nestor Russell has said that the Nazis required 4 key conditions from their own mass extermination policies. First, victims should remain totally unaware that they're about to die. Second, perpetrators need not touch, see, or hear their victims as they die. Third, the death blow should avoid leaving any visual indications of harm on the victims' bodies. And finally, the death blow should be instantaneous. This may have led the Nazis to start using other methods. The first method that the Nazis tried was carbon monoxide, possibly inspired by the 19th century French scientist Claude Bernard and his executions of various luckless animals in the name of science. At Poznan, in occupied Poland, hundreds of victims were subjected to involuntary euthanasia as carbon monoxide was pumped into improvised gas chambers. At least 6 carbon monoxide gas chambers were in use in Germany in 1940. But this didn't seem to provide the Nazis with what they needed, and so the hydrocyanic acid-based Zyklon B was developed, as well as formalized gas chambers housed in designated extermination camps. But the idea that the Nazis went to all this trouble to be more humane is a tad suspect. For one, Zyklon B produced many of the same effects as exhaust gas, so it wasn't any more humane. And on top of this, we have to remember that the scale of the Nazi atrocity meant changes in methods. At the height of the Holocaust, the Nazis were killing up to 6,000 people every day, and that's just at Auschwitz alone. Rather than being more humane, Zyklon B was probably just more efficient. A more formalized process was just a better way for the Nazis to murder millions of innocent people. What had begun as a way to end a prisoner's life humanely had become a tool of a murderous regime. It was something that made mass killing not just feasible, but easy. As the Allies then swept into Central Europe in the spring of 1945, the full extent of the Nazis' final solution became clear. The world was revolted by what had taken place, and rightly so. The Holocaust was an act of astonishing cruelty, a policy of genocide conducted on a vast industrial scale. And I make a point to stress that because even though this video is about the gas chamber in general, some people will deny the previous points I've just made or say that it didn't happen at the scale I'm claiming it did. If you think these people don't exist, go onto my comments and click newest and watch your faith in humanity nosedive. Anyway, as the camps were liberated, soldiers discovered the mechanism of this slaughter. There were, of course, the chambers, designed to asphyxiate large groups of people en masse. These discoveries have left an indelible stain on humanity, so much so that the word Holocaust has almost become entwined with the phrase gas chamber. So you'd think that with such grim associations, the victorious United States would distance themselves from this method of execution. You would, of course, be wrong. By 1945, the gas chamber was the second most common method of execution in the United States, behind only electrocution. More than a quarter of the Americans executed in 1945 were put to death with gas. And this would continue. Writing for the Washington Post, journalist Randy Dottinger states that 600 people died in this way between 1924 and 1999. Author Billy Wayne Sinclair, himself former death row inmate, believes the true number is much higher. He states that 955 men and 7 women died in the gas chambers between 1930 and 1999. In their 2009 book on capital punishment, Sinclair and his wife Jodie describe the process used to end people's lives via gas. Quote, "The inmate is led into the death chamber and strapped into a chair by the arms, waist, ankles, and chest. A mask covers the inmate's face, the chamber is sealed, an executioner pours sulfuric acid down a tube into a metal container on the floor, below a metal canister on the floor that contains cyanide pellets. The executioner hits an electric switch that opens the bottom of the canister and releases the cyanide pellets into the acid, unleashing a cloud of lethal gas." For the Sinclairs, this is far from a humane operation. They describe how it usually takes between 6 and 8 minutes for inmates to die this way. Vomiting, convulsions, and seizures are common. Inmates who attempt to avoid breathing in the gas only prolong their suffering, and partial inhalation is said to only make the convulsions worse. This has led to a series of unpleasant incidences over the years. In 1983, Jimmy Lee Gray was sent to the gas chamber in Mississippi after abducting SAing and murdering 3-year-old Duressa Jean Scales in 1976. Gray had been in prison before. In fact, in 1968, he'd been sentenced for the murder of his 16-year-old girlfriend, Elder Louise Prince. He'd only been out of prison a year when he killed Duressa. Gray's mother had actually petitioned for her son to be executed, and in September of '83, she got her wish. As the gas began to take effect, Gray exhibited signs of considerable distress. Because his head had not been properly secured, he had full range of motion in his neck. There was a metal bar nearby in the execution chamber, and Gray repeatedly smashed his head into the bar as he strained against the gas. In the words of Dr. Traitman, who witnessed the execution, he raised his entire body, arching, tugging at his straps. Saliva was oozing from his mouth, his eyes wide open, he gazed through the window. His fingers were tightly gripping his thumbs. His chest was visibly heaving in sickening agony. Then he rolled his eyes upwards. Still his heart was beating. He was pronounced dead 12 minutes after the pellets were released. Mississippi would execute 3 more inmates this way before finally decommissioning its gas chamber in 1998. Elsewhere in the US, similar scenes took place in 1992 when Donald Harding was executed by gas chamber in Arizona. The spree killer was executed just after midnight on April 6th, but this took more than 10 minutes to kill him. His attorney, who watched over his final minutes, said that Harding repeatedly gasped for breath while his body racked with spasms. The attorney called the spectacle slow, painful, degrading, and inhumane. By the late 1990s, this string of farcical and barbaric episodes had pushed the gas chamber out of favour. The few states that retained this execution method offered it only voluntarily. When the German-born brothers Karl Heinz and Walter Legrand were executed in Arizona in 1999, Karl Heinz chose lethal injection, while Walter chose the gas chamber. In doing so, Walter Legrand became the final prisoner to be executed via the grisly method in American legal history. At least until last year. In 2024, a quarter of a century after the last execution by gas chamber, the state of Alabama brought the practice back. Kenneth Eugene Smith was sentenced to death in 1996 after the contract killing of Elizabeth Sennett in 1988. In a drawn-out assault, Smith and his accomplice used fireplace irons, a walking stick, and a piece of pipe to beat Sennett as she struggled before finally stabbing her to death. Smith was due to face lethal injection in 2022, but the execution was botched. Amid bizarre scenes in which executioners repeatedly stabbed Smith in the neck with a needle, the execution was ultimately called off. A new method was sought. It was a similar story for Alan Eugene Miller. In 1999, Miller shot 2 of his co-workers before driving to the premises of a previous employer and shooting his former supervisor. Very American. Miller was also scheduled to die in 2022, but prison staff were unable to apply the lethal injection. So, the 2 men went back to death row, everyone scratched their heads, until in 2024, they were brought to the gas chamber. On January 25th, 2024, 2 weeks shy of the 100th anniversary of Guy John's execution, Kenneth Smith was put to death. The method would be nitrogen hypoxia, a method that had never been used in any other recorded execution in the world. The gas was applied at 7:57 p.m. Several witnesses stated that Smith remained conscious for several minutes and thrashed violently on the gurney. After 5 minutes, Smith appeared to fall unconscious, but continued to writhe and buck in the gurney for 6 more minutes. At 8:25, almost half an hour after the execution began, he was pronounced dead. 8 months later, Alan Miller followed Smith to the chamber. In the words of witness Lauren Gill, Miller visibly struggled for roughly 2 minutes, shaking and pulling at his restraints. He then spent the next 5 or 6 minutes intermittently gasping for air. Despite the disturbing scenes, Alabama authorities dismissed the concerns. Of Smith, Alabama Corrections Commissioner John Q. Ham said his movements were involuntary and took place while he was unconscious. Ham also said that Smith had held his breath for around 4 minutes, which made the convulsions appear worse. State Attorney General Steve Marshall agreed, saying that nitrogen hypoxia was an effective and humane method of execution. Of Miller, Ham stated, quote, "There will always be involuntary body movements as the body is depleted of oxygen, so that was nothing we did not expect. Everything went according to plan and according to our protocol. And so, 100 years after the bizarre spectacle of Guy John's execution, lethal gas was back on the menu for prisoners on death row in America. As of February 2025, there were 157 inmates on death row in Alabama. While the majority of these will never see the inside of a gas chamber, some of them will. Since bringing the gas chamber back in 2024, Alabama has executed 5 more people in this manner. In fact, literally, as we were putting this video together, Alabama was sending another prisoner to the gas chamber, Anthony Boyd, who was executed on October 23rd, 2025. Witnesses described how the gas caused Boyd to violently react, thrashing against his restraints. He apparently then gasped 225 times and was still drawing deep breaths almost 20 minutes after the execution commenced. He was pronounced dead. It's the 1570s. You're in Eindhoven in the Netherlands, and the city's stadtholder, Diederik Sonoy, would like to have a word. This is a serious matter because the land is in the grips of a bloody struggle. The Spanish Empire has ruled the Netherlands since 1556, and now the region's northern provinces are in revolt. It's the Dutch rebels against the Spanish Habsburgs. It's Dutch Protestantism against Spanish Catholicism, and as a Dutch rebel leader, Diederik Sonoy wants to know what side you're on. It's a drafty cell beneath the city of Eindhoven where Sonoy's men get to work. Their interrogation is brutal and bewildering. They demand information, but you tell them you've no information to give. Sonoy watches on, eyes cold and steely. He doesn't believe you. Before long, Sonoy grows tired of the process. He gestures to a guard. It's time for phase 2 to begin. Your shirt is ripped from your body, your torso is bared to the damp chill of the dungeon, and now a guard approaches you. In his hands is a basket, a wicker cage. As his footsteps echo around your prison, there's another sound, a kind of weaking and hissing. Something alive. Then you see it. Inside the basket, now held inches from your bare abdomen, is a writhing mass of squirming, squeaking rats. Rat torture has an uncertain place in history. On the one hand, it makes sense that rat torture would be used. Plenty of people are afraid of rats, and even if you don't personally think you have rodent phobia, you're probably still not keen on the idea of dozens of rats crawling across your body or gnawing away at your skin. So, for someone like Diederik Sonoy, looking to interrogate his Catholic prisoners in ever more inventive ways, using rats seems like a good play. But on the other hand, there really aren't that many documented cases of rat torture. The method seems to exist on the fringes of history, in that grey area between fact and legend. In fact, arguably the most famous case of rat torture emerges from mere conjecture, a story passed between 2 army comrades. This is the case of Ernst Lanza, who I've covered in more detail in my video, The History of Nightmares. But basically, Lanza had been an officer in the Austro-Hungarian army in the first years of the 20th century when he heard a story told by a fellow soldier. The soldier spoke of a torture method used in China in which a live rat would be placed into a pot. This pot was then strapped tightly to the victim's buttocks. The torturers would then apply a red-hot poker to the bottom of the pot, heating its surface and sending the rat into a panic. The rat would then be left with 2 choices. Either it could be burned to death on the floor of the pot, or it could move away from the burning surface and begin gnawing its way to safety directly through the anus of the hapless victim. Needless to say, the rat chose the second option. This is certainly a disgusting and unsettling story, and it's enough to make anyone's skin crawl, but for Lanza, it became an obsession. He became consumed by the fear that this unpleasant torture was going to be inflicted on him, or his girlfriend, or on his father. If this story sounds familiar, it's because it became one of Sigmund Freud's most famous case studies. The pioneering psychoanalyst met with Lanza regularly over a period of 3 months, starting in October 1907. For a more in-depth examination of the Ratman case, please check out my video on the history of nightmares after you're finished with this one. But in short, it transpired that Lanza was suffering severe mental health problems, plagued with fantasies of murder and suicide, and exhibited a litany of bizarre compulsive behavioural patterns. When Lanza heard the story of the rat, it resonated deeply within him, and over the years it became a fixation that he just could not shake. But despite this, Lanza remained in the army and would eventually lose his life in the First World War, along with more than 1 million Austro-Hungarian soldiers. It's unknown whether he ever managed to shed this demon. But where did the story that he heard actually come from? On the face of it, it sounds like a fantasy, a classic bit of early 20th century Western Orientalism. By the turn of the century, China had become a sort of byword for exotic weirdness and barbaric cruelty. The Daily Mail ran a series of scathing articles on the so-called heathen Chinese communities of London, obsessing over things like opium dens and their filthy state of dilapidation. In America, China was a favourite topic of novelist Jack London for a while. When he wasn't writing about plucky wolf dogs pulling sledges in the Yukon, London wrote things like The Yellow Peril and The Unparalleled Invasion, in which he fretted about the Chinese threat to the West. So, if Lanza's officer comrade was going to make up a story about a scary torture and wanted to make it extra disturbing, China was a good setting to choose. Of course, the officer may have not made up the story at all, but simply have been misrepresenting fiction as fact. In 1899, French writer Octave Mirbeau published his novel The Torture Garden, and part of the novel focuses on a woman named Clara, who derives perverse pleasure from witnessing cruel and bizarre acts of torture and execution. One act in particular seems to have left a lasting impression on Lanza's fellow officer because, yes, there are rats involved. Yes, they are used in the way Lanza relates, and yes, the action does take place in China. So it's possible that the officer read The Torture Garden or heard about it from somewhere else and got his facts mixed up. Or it's possible that he simply wanted to frighten the hell out of poor Mr. Lanza, and if that was his aim, he certainly succeeded. But really, was the story just the product of the author's imagination, or might it have some basis in fact? Well, it might be a bit of both. While Mirbeau certainly used a hefty dose of artistic license in his own depiction of rat torture, there are a few historical examples that reflect his vision. But they aren't from China. Instead, they actually come from much closer to the author's Parisian home. Our first example comes from just 100 miles north, in the Netherlands. When the Netherlands rose up against the Spanish Habsburg rule in the 1560s, they set into motion a bloody struggle that would last decades and cost hundreds of thousands of lives. The Dutch contingent was headed by William the Silent, Prince of Orange, but even the Prince of Orange needed support, and some of his most vociferous came from the Huzen, or the Beggars. This was a group of nobles who were committed to ousting the Spanish from the Netherlands and forcing the triumph of Protestantism over what they saw as heretical Catholicism. And few of the Huzen were more committed than the politician and military leader Diederik Sonoy. Sonoy was a brutal man, fanatical with both his religion and his barbarity. He was an avowed fan of torture, using any means necessary to get information from his victims. One of his favourite methods was the rat torture. The victim would be stripped to the waist and then tied spread eagle onto a table or platform. Then a cage of rats would be placed upon the stomach of the victim, top down, so that the rats scurried and scratched against the victim's very flesh. Hot coals would then be brandished. The victim would be informed that these hot coals were to be placed upon the base of the cage, driving the rats into a burning frenzy. The heat would force them to burrow downwards into the flesh of the victim's stomach. They chew through the skin and the muscle and sinew, finally reaching the internal organs. The torment would have been hideous. Of course, the knowledge of this torment alone was usually enough for the victim. They'd agree to the torturer's demands before any of the coals were placed on the cage. The victim would probably then be hanged, but at least they wouldn't have to suffer hours of hideous biting and scratching as the rats chewed through their insides at a snail's pace. And then, if they survived that, they wouldn't have to go through the days of septic shock and peritonitis that would surely come after this. We don't have any confirmed names for people subjected to Sonoy's methods. A Franciscan lay brother named Engelbert Terbrugg was tortured by Sonoy's men after the capture of Alkmaar in 1572, but it's unclear whether rats were involved. Our second example comes a little closer to Mirbeau's home in Paris, just a short hop across the Channel to England. Just like with Sonoy's interrogations, the torture was used on Catholics, but the methodology of English rat torture was a little different. When George Lilly Craig and Charles Macfarlane were compiling their history of England in the 1840s, they found evidence of a cell in the Tower of London known as the Dungeon Among the Rats. This dungeon apparently sat below the high water mark of the Thames, so that it was flooded daily by the river, as well as bringing in cess-ridden water, and this flooding would allow, quote, the innumerable rats that infest the banks of the Thames to be driven through the orifices of the walls into the dungeon. So, in England, the rats were not applied directly by the torturer, instead they were an integral part of the torture chamber itself. This dungeon was allegedly used by Elizabeth I to torment Catholic prisoners from 1588 onwards. In the words of Craig and Macfarlane, the alarm excited by the eruption of these loathsome creatures was the least part of the torture. Flesh was torn from the arms and legs of prisoners during their sleep by the well-known voracity of these animals. All this sounds rather nasty, but it also feels rather remote. It might comfort us as modern listeners to remember that this took place hundreds of years ago in a world very different to our own, but this comfort is misplaced. In the late 20th century, 400 years on from Deirdre Sonoy and Elizabeth I, rat torture re-emerged. This time it was wielded by dictatorial regimes as they sought increasingly innovative ways of exerting their power. In the 1960s and 1970s, a series of coups d'etats ripped across the continent of South America. In Brazil, the armed forces ousted President João Goulart in an American-backed coup in 1964, leading to almost 21 years of military rule. In Chile, in September 1973, General Augusto Pinochet led a coup to overthrow socialist President Salvador Allende. Allende committed suicide in the presidential palace, and Pinochet's junta retained power for 17 years. In 1976, a military coup in Argentina overthrew President Isabel Perón. Isabel Perón had been the third wife and vice president of her predecessor, Juan Perón, and on Juan's death in 1974, Isabel became the first woman to hold the title of president anywhere in the world, but was in power for just over 2 years before her overthrow. The resulting national reorganization process was essentially a military dictatorship and governed Argentina for 7 years. We could draw many comparisons between each of these revolutions, but let's not forget the theme of our video today, because we're looking at one very specific similarity. All three of these dictatorships utilized rat torture to pacify and subdue their victims. Speaking to the Truth Commission in Brazil in 2014, former Army Colonel Paulo Maleyas admitted to using psychological torture during his time working for the junta. He said, "It didn't leave any physical marks, and it was much more efficient than brute force, especially when you were trying to transform militants into infiltrated agents. This included playing upon deep-seated human fears. Maleyas and his men deployed writhing masses of rats to mentally break their prisoners. They also used snakes and crocodiles to achieve the same ends." Interestingly, Maleyas claimed he'd been trained in the UK. He told the Commission psychological torture was best, and England was the place to learn it. We should note here that the Brazilian junta also used plenty of physical methods of torture and interrogation too. When Brazilian President Dilma Rousseff presented the Truth Commission's report in 2014, she was seen to visibly weep during her speech, and she had good reason to. Rousseff herself was imprisoned by the junta and was subjected to beatings and electric shocks during her incarceration. The authorities of the Brazilian junta were looking to completely destroy and dehumanize their victims. This meant deploying a wide-ranging array of methods, targeting total physical and mental breakdown. Similar stories emerged from Chile, where an Amnesty International report found that multiple examples of rat torture were being carried out by the country's CNI intelligence services. The report found that victims were held in hot, damp conditions in a chamber known as quirófano, or operating theatre. Some victims were strapped to a table, but this table was only long enough to support half of their body. The upper half would be unsupported for hours, resulting in severe strain on the lower back. The Amnesty International report also found that victims were subjected to deafening noise, had their hair pulled out, were dragged over stony ground, or placed in a room with rats or a barking dog. An anonymous 19-year-old woman testified that she had experienced this treatment in Santiago in 1981. Across almost 3 weeks of incarceration, the woman was severely beaten and assaulted on multiple occasions. At one point, she was informed that security services had executed her partner, and she was taken to a mortuary where the dead body of a man was presented to her. Though she said that she did not believe the corpse was her partner's, the experience was deeply traumatic. During her incarceration, the woman said that she was held in a room filled with rats, heightening her psychological torment, along with all the physical pain and sexual degradation. In neighbouring Argentina, the junta used rats in a different way. They were less interested in the psychological aspect of the torture and more focused on actively inflicting pain and humiliation. When the National Commission on the Disappearance of Persons, or the CONADEP, commenced its investigation into the junta's practices in 1983, it found numerous abuses of human rights. The Nunca Más, or Never Again report, ran to 50,000 pages. Across these pages, witness testimonies highlighted how 300 secret detention centres were used to murder almost 9,000 people between 1976 and 1977 alone. There were also numerous accounts of torture. One of the tortures uncovered by CONADEP was the rectoscope. A tube would be inserted into one of the orifices of the victim, and then a live rat would be driven into the body. The scratching and biting of the terrified animal would result in extensive internal injuries and unimaginable pain for the prisoner. The report concluded that this torture was usually reserved for the regime's Jewish prisoners, but was also used on other victims too. The use of these horrible methods ended with the junta in 1983, but the trauma of those years casts a long shadow over the nation's history, even almost half a century on. Rat torture is a powerful thing, simply because it plays on some of our deepest human fears. Even before scientists linked rat-borne fleas with the Black Plague, humans have been terrified of rats and rodents. Musophobia, or a fear of rats and mice, is a very real thing, and plenty of people around the world are reduced to nervous wrecks just by laying eyes on a harmless rodent. It's not because they think they're going to get the plague, it's just because rats are creepy and scary. This is why authors like George Orwell and Edgar Allan Poe use rats to instill horror in their readers. It's why rat tortures appear so popular in culture, from Game of Thrones to Too Fast, Too Furious. And this is why producers of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here love to torment soap stars and ex-footballers with these creepy little mammals. But rat tortures are also wildly impractical. The creatures are difficult to control, difficult to keep alive in large numbers, and difficult to keep all in one place. This is probably why rat tortures appear so infrequently in actual historical record. Why go to the trouble of orchestrating an elaborate rat torture when knives and beatings do the job as well? Often, it's the idea of a rat torture that breaks the victim. Craig and McFarlane paint a vivid picture of the dungeon among rats, but don't offer any concrete evidence of it actually being used. Similarly, it's hard to believe that many people just lay there, refusing to speak out, while Sonny's baskets of rats turned their intestines into mincemeat. In both cases, the suggestion of the rats was probably more than enough to get them to confess, rather than the application of the torture itself. And this is not to take anything away from those who were subjected to rat torture, because some were. The testimony of the anonymous 19-year-old Chilean woman who was brutalized in Santiago in 1981 is nothing short of harrowing. It would have taken her years to shed those physical and emotional scars. It's possible she never did. But such examples are, mercifully, rare in human history. While such tortures did happen, trial by rat is far more likely to appear in the pages of a novel, at the climax of a horror film, or on a reality TV show than they are in real life. And hopefully, it stays that way. It's the 16th century. You're in the Marksburg, a castle perched high on the hillside above the town of Braubach. Far below, the magnificent River Rhine meanders past on its way to the North Sea. But you're in no mood to take in the view. Instead, you're in the grips of acute psychological anguish. Your head is locked between two pieces of cold metal. You can't move, and you certainly can't escape. As you look into the icy, remorseless eyes of your interrogator, he asks you once again, "Is there anything you'd like to confess?" You've already given him everything. You've got nothing left to tell him that he hasn't already heard. "So be it," he says. And then a sharp, piercing screech begins. It's the sound of a screw turning slowly, and a mechanism creaking into life. Now that anxiety is accompanied by something else, a blinding, constrictive pain that feels like the worst headache you've ever had, multiplied by 1,000. Your head is squeezed as if beneath some immense weight. You feel as if you're being buried alive or drowned at the bottom of the sea, and all the while that blinding, unrelenting pain remains. Your cheekbones vibrate under the pressure, your teeth and jaw grind alarmingly against one another. You feel as if your whole head is about to cave in, like it's about to implode and collapse, akin to a ripe pumpkin. You can't take much more of this. You are in the clutches of the Skull Crusher, one of the most barbaric entries into the rogues gallery of torture devices. If you're lucky, you'll get away with just a shattered jaw and a permanently disfigured face. If you're not so lucky, you'll die in withering agony as your bones splinter, your eyes pop from your skull, and your brain is reduced to slurry. In this video, we're exploring this horrifying method of interrogation and brutalization and asking, what was the Skull Crusher all about? Who was actually using this nightmarish device? And most importantly, how much of these accounts is historical fact and how much is just fantasy? The Skull Crusher, or the Head Crusher, is exactly what it sounds like. It's a medieval and early modern torture implement designed to exert massive pressure onto the head of the poor victim within. The device was built in a number of different designs, but most feature the same core components. There's a small metal cap intended to fit over the top of the victim's head. There's the base plate that sits below the victim's chin, and there's a handle at the top of the device, which the torturer will use to inflict unbearable suffering on his victim. Connecting all these different components is a system of metal threads, and all of this mounted within a robust frame made from other metal or wood. Once the victim's head is fitted snugly between the cap and the base plate, the torturers can get to work. They will begin with just a slight twist of the handle. This creates a downward force, driving the metal cap towards the base plate. It only takes a small turn of that handle to generate a huge amount of pressure. Anything between the cap and the base plate will be subjected to enormous levels of force. It's just like a table vise in a workshop, only in this case, it's the victim's head that sits between those cruel jaws. Squeezed between the base plate below their chin and the metal cap above, the victim's skull is quite literally crushed. The bony cranium will resist for a while, but once fractures start to appear in the bone, the head will simply collapse. There's a fine line between torture and straight-up execution. Once strapped into the device, the victim is completely at the mercy of their torturer. Just a few twists of the handle can transform the head crusher from a method of interrogation to an instrument of death. So, where did this macabre device actually originate? The team at the Clique Prison Museum in London suggest that the head crusher was used by the Spanish Inquisition of King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella from the late 15th century onwards in their campaign against religious heresy. Inquisitors would specifically target conversos, or miroscos, which meant Jewish and Muslim converts, to Christianity. While conversion was definitely seen as a good thing in late medieval Spain, some people who converted would still be eyed with suspicion. The Inquisition was designed to achieve a purely Christian Spain, and so the idea that former Jewish and Muslim converts might still be practicing their old ways was not acceptable. Those suspected of heresy would be arrested and questioned. If they didn't provide the Inquisitors with the information they required, they'd be tortured. This could include a few rounds with the Skull Crusher. This crusher was certain to elicit a confession, even if the confession was just a desperate falsehood intended to make the torture stop. Victims may also reel off a list of names, giving the Inquisitors plenty of candidates for the next round of interrogations. Again, these names were often plucked out of thin air, anything to bring that nightmare to an end. Later on, Protestants and alleged witches were also targeted. Many of these targets may have been subjected to a bit of light head crushing, then they would surely confess and be executed. If the Skull Crusher didn't kill them first, of course. However, not everyone agrees that the Skull Crusher actually came from Spain. Authors Daniel Deal and Mark Donnelly believe that the skull crusher was a uniquely German device, which was first recorded in 1530 in the Holy Roman Empire. Deal and Donnelly say that the device was also known as the Kranz, meaning the garland. Another name was Schneiden, but this is a strange one, as Schneiden means cutting in modern German. The skull crusher was certainly going to inflict a lot of damage, but the one thing it wasn't going to do was cut you. The Holy Roman Empire used torture in a similar way to the Spanish Empire. Religious crimes like witchcraft and heresy could be investigated using torture, as authorities used a variety of eye-watering methods to bring about a confession. But heresy in the Holy Roman Empire was a bit more complex than it was in Spain. Ferdinand and Isabella had a very clear vision for what they wanted from Spain, one nation united under the banner of Catholicism. But the Holy Roman Empire was not a single unified nation, more of a kind of confederation of states, and following the Protestant Reformation in the early part of the 16th century, some of those states were Protestant, whilst others Catholic. The Peace of Augsburg in 1555 granted a degree of religious freedom to these states, so both Protestants and Catholics had their own designated safe havens within the Holy Roman Empire. This should have basically ended the use of devices like the skull crusher, at least for heretics, but in truth it probably didn't. The Peace of Augsburg had fallen apart by 1618, resulting in the 30 Years' War and the deaths of up to 8 million people. If armies could still do battle over issues as obscure as transubstantiation, then let's be honest, states were probably still torturing people over it too. There was also the question of witches. Between 1560 and 1660, thousands of people were put on trial for witchcraft and sorcery. Many of these falsely accused individuals may have been forced to endure a date with the skull crusher. Secular crimes like treason and sedition may also be met with torture in the Holy Roman Empire. Basically, any situation in which the state needed information from you and you were reluctant to give that information might end with the skull crusher. In a 2008 article for the Daily Telegraph, journalist Aileen Simpson went further. She said, "The head crusher was used to mutilate unwed mothers or women by crushing their teeth in their sockets and smashing their bones until their brains were forced out of their skulls." However, this doesn't quite ring true with other accounts of how the skull crusher was deployed. It's certainly true that the Holy Roman Empire was a deeply misogynistic and completely patriarchal society, and it's also true that women who conceived a child out of wedlock would be brutalised and humiliated. There are records of unwed women being flogged for their supposed crimes, but even the princes, lords, and elector counts of the Holy Roman Empire would probably feel that crushing a woman's skull for daring to have sex before marriage might, even for them, have been a little too much. Also, this was supposed to be an interrogation device, let's remember, not a straight-up punishment. So what exactly was the woman supposed to confess? So, the skull crusher may have been used in Spain and in Germany during the late medieval period and right into the early modern period, but what about the prisoners themselves? How would all of this actually felt for the hapless victim who was subjected to the head crusher? The first small twists of the handle would probably not cause much physical damage or pain. At this stage, the skull would have been able to handle the pressure. In the early phases of the torture, the victim would feel that their head was being squeezed in a vice, and eventually this would cause a rolling, dull pain extending right across the cranium and into the brain. There would also, of course, been a sense of indescribable panic. Even if the victim had not heard of the skull crusher before, they would have seen the device when they entered the torture chamber, and they would have understood that the torment had barely even begun and that things were about to get a lot worse. The weakest points of the skull would be the first to experience the truly damaging effects of the device. This would have been the mandible or lower jaw and the teeth. As the torturer twisted the handle further, the teeth would be pressed together with an immense pressure and would shatter in the victim's mouth. The jaw would shatter too, reducing the victim's lower face to a messy, bloody pulp. At this point, the torturer might pause. This wasn't supposed to be a swift death. It was supposed to be a long, drawn-out process of torture and torment. Whilst the shattering jawbones might release a surge of adrenaline, deadening some of the pain, this wouldn't last long. All the while, the feeling of panic and dread would be ramping up. It's believed that torturers may have tried to add to the psychological horror at this point. Some historians have suggested the deployment of a small hammer, which the torturer would use to tap upon the metal cap. These tiny impacts would feel like massive blows on the victim's damaged cranium. They would also create booming echoes within their skull, heightening the severe distress they must now be experiencing. A few more twists of the handle would be about all a victim could bear. With the weakest points of the skull already shattered, further pressure would cause catastrophic injury to the facial bones, particularly around the eye sockets. It's thought that the eyes might completely pop out of the skull during the process. Some examples of skull crusher devices even include a basket which is designed to catch the errant eyeballs, as well as any other matter that might come pouring out of the victim's head. The torture might conclude at this point with the victim's head and face irreparably damaged, mangled to the extent that they could never live an ordinary life again. The torturer's handiwork would be evident for as long as the victim lived, and would serve as a startling deterrent to anyone considering doing anything harmful to society, like worshipping the wrong god, or worshipping the right god but in the wrong way. Alternatively, the torture might continue. While torturers probably did try their best to keep their victims alive, if they decided the prisoner was no longer useful, they could quite simply be killed. Another turn of the handle would see to this. With nothing else to crush, the full pressure of the device would now bear down on the victim's cranium. As the skull splintered and cracked, the brain would be exposed and then pureed by the pressure of the cap on the victim's head. There was no surviving this, but at least during those final, devastating turns of the screw, the victim would likely be unconscious, and the torment of the head crusher would, finally, be at an end. This stomach-churning account gives us an idea of the true horror of the skull crusher. It shows us what would have happened if anyone was actually subjected to it. But the big question is, was anyone actually subjected to the head crusher? Was this really a torture device that states were genuinely using in the 15th and 16th centuries? Well, let's break it down a little. We'll start with an easier question. Did the skull crusher really exist? And this one's actually quite simple. It certainly did exist, and it still does. Examples of these devices are found in museum collections around the world. There's one in the Palacio de los Olivedados in Granada in Spain, and the Medieval Torture Museum seems to have 3 on display in the USA, 1 in LA, 1 in Chicago, and another one in Florida. In 2008, auctioneer John Nicholson was invited to the Kriminal Museum in Rudolfsheim, close to Berlin. After the museum's owner passed away, the curator's estate decided to sell a collection of torture implements. Visiting the museum was an unnerving experience for Nicholson, and he told the Daily Telegraph newspaper, quote, "There were these big wooden doors with great big metal locks and metal bolts. They opened to reveal a stone staircase leading to the basement. The basement was dark and damp, but featured a wide variety of torture instruments. I had never come across anything like it before. It was horrible and intriguing both at the same time." Inside was a grim collection of torture devices. Nicholson found exhibits like the highwayman's coffin, which would display the bodies of brigands and bandits, and amongst this collection he also found a skull crusher. While a find like this must have been exciting, Nicholson didn't have too much hope for the device at auction. He predicted that it would fetch somewhere between £50 to £100, which suggests that such items are not so rare and not particularly sought after by collectors. So that answers our first question. The device itself definitely exists. But just because something exists in a museum doesn't necessarily make it a historical fact. When Nicholson wandered down into that museum basement back in 2008, he didn't find just skull crushers and highwaymen's coffins, but he also found other things, like the spiked torture chair known as the confessional or the maiden's womb, and the vast human-sized chest lined with piercing barbs known as the Iron Maiden. Now, the Iron Maiden is one of the quintessential medieval torture devices that everyone has heard of or at least seen, but which no one really knows that much about. There's a good reason everyone has heard of this device. The Iron Maiden has a cool name, and it plays upon some of our deepest human fears, like the fear of small, enclosed spaces, and the fear of getting pierced by lots of little spikes. So this explains why it's so famous, but why does no one seem to know anything about how, where, and when it was used? And that's because there isn't anything to know. there is no evidence to suggest that the Iron Maiden was ever actually used at all. In the words of historian Klaus Graf, the execution tool Iron Maiden is a fiction of the 19th century. The objects were adapted to the dreadful fantasies of literature and legend. Unfortunately, it's not quite true to say that the Iron Maiden was never used. In 2003, one such device was found beneath the Iraqi National Olympic Committee in Baghdad. The head of the Olympic Committee was Uday Hussein, the sadistic son of the Iraqi dictator Saddam. According to Time magazine, it was clearly worn from use, its nails having lost some of their sharpness. So yes, it's possible to torture someone with an Iron Maiden, but in a medieval and early modern context, it's just not real. It didn't happen. So, all of this leads us to the question, which camp does the Skull Crusher fall into? Is it like the Rack, i.e. bloody awful and definitely real, or is it like the Iron Maiden, which is basically mythology, cosplaying as historical fact? When we were researching this video, we actually grew quite suspicious that the Skull Crusher was in the latter category, and that it was a piece of revisionist historical fantasy. And this is because so many accounts of the Skull Crusher talk in worryingly vague terms, cobbling together conjecture and assumption to make something just about plausible. One museum, which I won't name, describes how the Skull Crusher, quote, symbolises the sheer cruelty of Middle Ages torture techniques. And then in the next sentence, epitomise the gruesome nature of execution in medieval times. Okay, fine, but what does this mean? Was it used in 8th century Britain, or was it used 600 years later in some other part of the sprawling medieval world? Like with many accounts of the torture, the museum gives us no location, no dates, and definitely no names. Even the more honest accounts didn't fill us with much confidence. The Horneman Museum collection includes the torture chair reportedly used in Cuenca, Spain in the 17th century. This chair includes a disturbing contraption that looks very much like a head crusher, but the description of the device reads like this. We know that, although many components are genuine, the chair was greatly added to in the 19th century to feed the Victorians' interest in gruesome historical displays. Even the entry in Daniel Deal and Mark Donnelly's book begins with the words, "as far as we are aware." So, much of the evidence is actually not that convincing. There's a lot of hearsay going on, and a lot of vague details about how grim and horrible medieval torture was. Of course, medieval torture was grim and horrible, but we already know this. These descriptions of the Skull Crusher don't tell us anything new or anything useful. Rather than hoping for specific, concrete examples of the torture in practice, we're going to have to go with the historical consensus on this one. And the historical consensus is this. Yes, the head crusher torture was indeed used in Spain and Germany, and it was a devastatingly effective way to reduce someone to a gibbering wreck with a smashed skull. While 19th century revisionists and hoaxers did add their own twist to the historical accounts, it does look like they weren't just making it up. With the Iron Maiden, later writers and curators concocted a horrifying story out of basically nothing, combining ancient legend with the general idea that the Middle Ages was a dark and unenlightened time. With the Skull Crusher, however, it seems that these writers and creators were working differently. They were simply adding their own seasoning and flavour to an already spicy piece of historical fact. Which is very, very bad news for you in your torture chamber on the banks of the Rhine. It's January the 5th, 1757. We're at the Palace of Versailles in Paris, where Robert François Damiens is biding his time. Although it's only 6 p.m, it's already dark. Damiens shivers in his hiding place between the north portière and the royal courtyard. The covered passageway shields him from the winter wind, but it's still bitterly cold. Finally, though, he spots his target, Louis XV, stepping out from the guard room, accompanied by his armed retinue. From Damiens' hiding place, the king presents a clear target, and he seizes his moment. The 41-year-old domestic servant from Arras lunges forward, springing between the king's guards. Louis never even notices the danger until it hits him hard in his side. Damiens' knife enters between the king's 4th and 5th ribs. Blood erupts from the wound as Louis yells out in shock. His guards leap into action and wrestle Damiens to the floor. Panic descends on Versailles. The king has been stabbed, assassinated under the very nose of his guards. The bloodied monarch is carried to his bedchamber. Convinced he's dying, he calls for a priest. Then he beckons the Dauphin to his side and entrusts his kingdom to the young prince. Finally, he calls for his queen, Marie, and apologizes for his past transgressions, for all the affairs and infidelities. And then, well, nothing. The king's doctors actually offer some reassuring news. They tell him 'twas all but a minor flesh wound, inform him that he is most certainly not going to die from this, and will most likely make a full recovery. The court breathes a sigh of relief. The assassin has failed. The panic is over. Well, for everyone except one man, Robert Francois Damiens. For him, the nightmare is just beginning. The king will have his vengeance. By the time the French authorities are through with Damiens, he will be unrecognisable, quite literally destroyed by one of the most horrifying ordeals in all of human history. But if Louis XV thinks this bloody vengeance will strengthen the monarchy, he is very, very wrong. These days, we could say that Robert Francois Damiens was radicalised. He was of a modest background, born in 1715 in the village of La Tuileries, near Arras, in the north of France. He'd served in the army as a young man before becoming a domestic servant in Paris. It was here, whilst working at the College of Jesuits, that Damiens listened in to conversations about religious persecution. This is where he began to develop sympathies for the embattled Jesuits. But it seems he wasn't here very long. He was sacked from the College of Jesuits for what was enigmatically referred to as misconduct. This misconduct was apparently bad enough to give him the nickname of Robert le Diable, or Robert the Devil. Still, he found other employment, working as a servant for councillors of the French Parliament. It seems that Damiens listened in on conversations here too, and became greatly influenced by the outspoken opinions and positions of his employers. This was only a few decades before the French Revolution in 1789, and anti-monarchy sentiment was already fermenting in France, and had been for years. Enlightenment philosophy was fostering new viewpoints, new ideas on society, economics, religion and governance were beginning to emerge, and there was growing anger towards the king. Damiens would have heard plenty of damning rhetoric about the monarchy from his Republican paymasters, and this is where the question of Damiens' own mental state and his own political motivation emerges. It's certainly possible that Damiens was a die-hard Republican himself and a staunch supporter of religious freedom. However, the consensus seems to be that he was politically and socially naive. He overheard people championing certain values and adopted these values himself. The Chateau de Versailles' own website rather patronisingly describes Damiens as easily influenced, and says that, quote, Damiens had taken to heart all of the criticisms from the councillors and turned fanatical. Although it's worth remembering that they may be a little biased towards him. One reason for this condescending historical view of Damiens is that he was never that clear on what he was trying to achieve. Under interrogation, Damiens offered up several different motivations. He said his key motivation was religion, and complained about the suppression of the Jesuits that had been taking place in France from the 1760s onwards. But he also outlined social motivations. He decried the poverty and hardship that crushed ordinary people right across the country. He was clear on one thing, though. Damiens always maintained that he wasn't trying to kill the king, but merely trying to touch him. In Damiens' own words, he simply wanted to encourage the king to, quote, dispense justice and cease heeding the pernicious advice of his ministers. This is almost certainly not true. It seems likely to me that Damiens was trying to kill the king. Let's remember, he'd literally stuck a knife in the monarch's chest. But by now, he was probably just trying to save his own skin. Things really didn't go well for those accused of attempted regicide in France. Almost 150 years earlier, Francois Ravaillac had stabbed King Henry II to death in Paris as a protest against the French invasion of the Spanish Netherlands. Ravaillac made no attempt to claim innocence, and on May 27, 1610, he was taken to the Place de Grève and he was put to death. Ravaillac's end was truly wretched. In the words of historian Alistair Horn, he was scalded with burning sulphur, molten lead, and boiling oil and resin, his flesh then being torn by pincers. After this, each of his limbs was attached to a horse, and he was brutally dismembered. For daring to assassinate a monarch, he'd literally been torn apart. Damiens may well have been aware of Ravaillac and his sorry tale, but this was a long time ago. Surely France had moved on from this kind of barbarity. Damiens also knew he'd committed a lesser crime. He hadn't actually killed the king. In fact, he'd barely even wounded him. Perhaps Damiens was hoping for some leniency, but these were in vain. In fact, Damiens' punishment would be even more spectacular and grotesque than that of Ravaillac. Before he could be put to death, the authorities needed some answers. They wanted to know who he was working with. Throughout January and February 1757, Damiens was tortured. An engraving shows Damiens before the judges at the Châtelet in Paris. He's strapped to a mattress by a complex system of restraints. His tormentors each hold swords, ready to inflict pain and suffering in the guise of interrogation. He may also have been subject to water torture, which was common in France in the 17th and 18th centuries. Water would be forced down the throat of the victim, simulating drowning. This was similar to the later waterboarding techniques used in places like Guantanamo Bay, only the water was actually ingested. Even after his ordeal, Damiens refused to give up the names of any accomplices. This is probably because there weren't any. Eventually, even the most sadistic torturers grew bored with the charade. It was clear that Damiens was guilty and that he was acting alone, so he was sentenced to die. But as he hadn't actually killed the king, some creative wording was required for the Parlement's decree. Robert Francois Damiens has been convicted of having committed a very mean, very terrible, and very dreadful parricidal crime against the king. And so, with this decree, on the morning of March 28th, 1757, Robert Francois Damiens was taken from his prison cell and stripped naked. He was placed in a tip-car and paraded through the streets to the Place de Grève, where Ravaillac had met his grisly end a century and a half before. A famous sketch of Damiens' arrival at the Place de Grève shows the man entering the square with his head high. His upright, healthy frame is held by two attendants. Unfortunately, the sketch is actually a fantasy. It was created by Théophile Fragonard almost a century later and bears almost no resemblance to what witnesses would have seen that spring morning. Instead, Damiens would have been lying on his back in the car, probably unable to stand after the wicked torment inflicted on his body. He would have been almost naked and thoroughly humiliated, far from the defiant and upstanding folk hero of Fragonard's imagination. He apparently had enough strength to utter the words, "La journée sera rude," or "the day will be hard," but not much else. Before being introduced to his maker, Damiens was given one last chance to offer up the names of his accomplices. His legs were placed into the torture device known as the boots, and then squeezed until the very bones within were crushed. Again, as there were no accomplices, Damiens couldn't give up any names. His torturers expected this, and by now it was all part of the show. Damiens' next ordeal was a symbolic one. He was instructed to hold the knife with which he'd attempted to take the monarch's life. As he held the knife, burning sulphur was poured onto his hand, etching the outline of the incriminating weapon onto his flesh. But it seems that actually didn't go as planned. In the words of an officer of the watch named Bouton, the sulphur was lit, but the flame was so poor that only the top skin of the hand was burnt, and that only slightly. This was a disappointment to Damiens' torturers, but it was only temporary. Now the executioner, a man named Samson, began rolling up his sleeves. Samson took a pair of steel pincers and plunged them into Damiens' right calf. This specially made tool was about 18 inches long and was designed to tear great chunks of Damiens' flesh away from the bone. Judging by Bouton's account, however, this didn't go to plan either. Though a strong, sturdy fellow, this executioner found it so difficult to tear away the pieces of flesh that he set about the same spot 2 or 3 times, twisting the pincers as he did so. The executioner persevered, moving from the right calf to the right thigh, and then to Damiens' right arm and his chest, the executioner made, in Bouton's words, a wound about the size of a 6-pound crown piece. The coin Bouton refers to is the silver écu, which would have been about 4 centimetres across in 1757. This would have been excruciatingly painful for Damiens, but it wouldn't have been much of a spectacle for those in attendance. To truly get the message across, the authorities would need to ramp up the theatre. And so that's what they did. They prepared what Bouton called a boiling potion. According to Damiens' official sentence, this was a pot filled with, quote, molten lead, boiling oil, burning resin, wax, and sulphur melted together. As Damiens then weakly raised his head to survey what had been done to his wretched flesh, the executioner then dipped the iron spoon in the pot and poured the mixture liberally over each wound. Once this pageantry was complete, Damiens could finally be put to death, but this too would be agonizingly slow. In fact, it would descend into a macabre farce. Ropes were tied to his limbs, and then 4 great horses were harnessed and brought to each corner of Damiens' body. These horses were spurred into action, pulling in opposite directions, hence beginning to tear Damiens limb from limb. This type of grandiose execution hadn't even been tried in France since 1610. The executioners were doing all of this for the first time, and it showed. The entire process was a mess. The straining horses did little more than subject Damiens to extreme pain as they wrestled and bucked against their harnesses. His limbs were twisted and wrenched, but remained intact. At some point, court clerks intervened. They asked Damiens if he had anything to say, and he did not. They held out a crucifix to him, which he kissed, and then said, "Pardon, my lord." After this little interlude, the grim spectacle began again. The horses pulled and pulled. Damiens drifted into agonized delirium, but his arms and legs held firm. This went on for about 15 minutes. Then they took a breather, then tried again. This time, they tried pulling in different directions, so Damiens' limbs were jerked into appalling angles under the strain. This seemed to do something, though, at least. With an audible popping and snapping, Damiens' sinews came free from his joints. The bones around his shoulder and hip joints snapped and splintered. But Damiens was still just about whole. 2 more horses were brought into the square. There were now 6 horses tearing the wretched Damiens apart. But even this wouldn't do the job. One by one, the horses pulled themselves to exhaustion, sinking to the ground as the energy drained from them. The executioners. All of this was getting a bit embarrassing. For Damiens, of course, the pain would have been otherworldly. Somehow, he seems to have kept his composure during the whole ordeal. Bouton claimed that Damiens was always a great swearer, but said that no blasphemy escaped his lips during his torment. This did not mean he went quietly, however. Bouton also claimed that the excessive pain made him utter horrible cries, and he often repeated, "My God, have pity on me. Jesus, help me." Finally, though, the executioner Samson decided that enough was enough, and so he approached Damiens with a knife, not to actually kill him, but to begin sawing away at the joints. Once each limb was dangling in its socket, the horses were harnessed once again. This time, their task was easy. Bouton's account tells us that Damiens' right arm went first, the other limbs then followed shortly afterwards. This did not kill Damiens. Bouton tells us that the confessors spoke to Damiens after he'd been dismembered, and that his lower jaw moved from side to side as if he were talking. He may have remained alive for quite a while after this. An executioner would claim that Damiens was still breathing, even as the bloody trunk was hoisted aloft and lifted onto the pyre, ready for burning. Then the trunk, along with the severed limbs, were covered with logs, and fire was put to the straw mixed with this wood. Apparently, it took 4 hours for the whole thing to burn away. At some point over this time, we can say with certainty that Damiens must finally have expired, either the smoke or the flames, bringing about his long overdue end. These things are, of course, subjective, But there's certainly a case to be made that Damien's death was the worst in human history. But at least Louis XV had got his way. Now he was fully recovered after his stabbing, and he demonstrated his awesome power with the execution of Damien. All was happily ever after for the king. Except, no. Of course it wasn't. You don't need a PhD in French political history to know that this was going on just 3 decades before the Revolution, before the Reign of Terror that quite literally decapitated the monarchy and ushered in a republic. And while there are many complex factors that led to this upheaval, the execution of Damien certainly didn't do the French monarchy any favours. Louis had intended this savage show of force to strengthen his position. He wanted to show that he was in charge and that no one could threaten the monarchy and get away with it. But instead, it backfired horribly. When the French public learned of the revolting final hours of Robert-François Damien, they were not impressed, but in fact appalled. Their monarch represented a classical tyrant like Caligula or Herod, rather than a rational modern statesman. While his people starved in their villages and went begging in the streets, Louis XV was indulging in his own bloody fantasies and using the legal system as his own personal plaything. But he could probably ignore the cries of the unwashed masses. He couldn't so easily ignore the moneyed elites. These were the people who had rented rooms overlooking the Place de Grève, eager to watch the whole spectacle unfold, as was custom at the time. But even these bloodthirsty men and women had turned from their windows in disgust and blocked their ears as Damien's pitiful cries echoed around the square. Venetian writer Giacomo Casanova was one of the onlookers, and he remembered, "I was several times obliged to turn away my face and to stop my ears as I heard his piercing shrieks, half of his body having been torn from him." These elites would not forget what they had seen, and as the political climate shifted and republicanism became an increasingly viable alternative to a bloated, antiquated monarchy, the final moments of Damien may have replayed in their minds. The visceral and gory nature of Damien's end was ripe with symbolism. It became a clear and irrefutable metaphor for the callous barbarity of the Ancien regime. The French monarchy was more interested in brutalizing and butchering than actually governing, and was increasingly out of step with the modern world. Rather than cementing Louis XV's dominance, it eroded it. This king, seemingly obsessed with luxurious excess and a string of high-profile affairs, no longer represented the French public. Louis XV would die before the cry of revolution finally rang out across France, but his deeply unpopular reign would contribute to the rising appetite for republicanism in the country and beyond. Cesare Beccaria would draw heavily on the torture and killing of Damien in his 1764 book On Crimes and Punishments. He argued for a codified and broadly understood system of punishment in which certainty of punishment rather than severity helped maintain order. The savage annihilation of Damien's body was the perfect example of how not to do things. In 1776, Thomas Paine would also draw on Damien's demise in his treatise Common Sense, one of the formative texts of that great experiment in republicanism, the United States. To quote him, "Lay then the axe to the root, and teach governments humanity. It is their sanguinary punishments which corrupt mankind. Who does not remember the execution of Damien, torn to pieces by horses? Those cruel spectacles destroy tenderness or excite revenge, and by the base and false idea of governing men by terror instead of reason, they become precedents." Wise words from Paine, although if you've seen my recent video on the electric chair, you'll know that the United States has not always adhered to the man's message. But perhaps the most famous invocation of Robert-François Damien in political thought and theory comes much later with Michel Foucault's 1975 book, Discipline and Punish. Foucault builds on Beccaria's ideas of the development of modern systems of control. For Foucault, Damien's demise is a prime example of a maniacal, autocratic power, of what happens when a totalitarian state etches its dominance onto the flesh of its victims. Foucault offers a warning, though. We should not view modern discipline as somehow kinder or more civilized. It's just more systematic and more effective in achieving the aims of the state. Gaudy, visual punishments create points of conflict between the state and its people, overarching systems of control, subtly embedded into every aspect of society, are far more valuable to those in government. The French ruling classes would learn this the hard way. After flexing their muscles with bloody punishments and tortures, they were overthrown in the 1789 revolution. Madame Guillotine was no kinder than the horses of the Place de Grève, but she did get the job done a lot more quickly. Robert François Damiens was never lionized as a martyr of class struggle in the way that some other tragic assassins have been, but his death was not in vain. His grim final hours have been turned into a rhetorical device used by sociologists and criminologists down the ages. University students are still referencing Damiens' bloody demise in their essays to this day, more than 2.5 centuries after his death. This would probably offer little comfort, however, to Damiens himself, a man who knew true suffering and experienced agony in its purest, most hellish form. It's April 17th, 1525, Easter Monday, in the German town of Weinsberg. But rather than celebrating the holiday, Margareta, Countess of Heffelstein, is begging for her husband's life. Kneeling on the muddy ground, she wails and moans, pleading for mercy from the man standing over her. But this man is Jacqueline Rohrbach. He's one of the leaders of the great peasants' revolt, and he's, frankly, unmoved by the tears of a noble woman. As Jacqueline's signal, a fifer begins to play. It's a jaunty tune, a last dance for the men condemned to die today. The peasant rebels form themselves into 2 lines, creating a channel a metre or 2 wide. It looks like a little guard of honour, like a salute to the once proud nobles who must pass between. But in fact, it's nothing like that. Both sides of the channel bristle with spears and pikes, their sharpened tips ready to tear noble flesh. Beside Weinsberg's lower gate, the Count and 6 others are pressed towards the mouth of the channel. They hesitate, but the force at their backs is too strong. They plunge forwards, delving into the forest of spears. The fifer plays louder and faster, a jolly accompaniment, the skewering of flesh and muscle as the men are punctured and pierced. Countess Margareta is now beside herself. She shrieks and beats the ground with her fists. She's still shrieking when the last of the noblemen falls to the floor, bleeding out into the dust from the hundreds of wounds that riddle his body. The unfortunate noblemen have met with the Speergesser, or the pike alley, a form of running the gauntlet. None survived. Now, I know what you're thinking. Running the gauntlet is not typically viewed as a form of execution. It's painful, it's humiliating, but it's not usually supposed to be lethal. And yet, the tale of Helfenstein and the bloody Easter of Weinsberg shows us that it can be lethal and that in some situations the killing was intentional. This is a world away from Royal Navy officers meting out discipline on their ships, or from frat houses at American universities hazing new pledges with cruel and unusual methods. So this leaves us with an important question. Just what was this practice of running the gauntlet really about? Is it a corporal punishment, a method of causing non-fatal injury to teach someone a lesson? Or is it a capital punishment, a way of giving a whole body of men the chance to revenge a wrongdoer? Or is it a rite of passage, a trial? Could it even be a way for a victim to pay for their sins and wipe the slate clean? Or is it all of the above? To find out, we need to go right back to the beginning. Humans have been finding new and innovative ways to harm one another since the dawn of time, but the first records of something resembling a gauntlet come from ancient Greece and ancient Rome. The Greek zelakapia and the Roman fustorium are essentially the same thing. They both mean beating with clubs, and they were used to inflict punishment and instill discipline within military formations. The historian Polybius describes how fustarium would have worked in the Roman army. The tribune takes a cudgel and just touches the condemned man with it, after which all in the camp beat or stone him, in most cases dispatching him in the camp itself. But even those who manage to escape are not saved thereby, for they are not allowed to return to their homes, and none of the family would dare to receive such a man in his house. We can see the roots of the gauntlet in Polybius' description of fustarium. The victim is othered, he's set apart from his former comrades, and he's taught a lesson. And the men doling out the punishment are taught lessons too. They learn that it's better to be with your comrades punishing someone else than against them receiving the punishment yourself. But fustarium is missing one key element of the gauntlet. Its structure. The word gauntlet comes from the Swedish word gatlopp. Literally, this is a combination of gata, meaning lane, and lupa, to run. So a true gauntlet needs to take the collective shaming aspect of fustarium and apply this structure to it. By the early modern period, that's exactly what we see in the historical record. From the 16th century onwards, the armies of the Holy Roman Emperor would use digasa, or the alleyway. The victim would be stripped to their waist and forced to walk between two rows of their comrades. Armed with cudgels, switches, or even sharpened spears and pikes, these comrades would strike out at the victim, bludgeoning or cutting his flesh. The 16th century Swiss-German artist Jost Amann captured the practice in action. This was the Speersgasse. It was essentially a large number of men on each side of a channel, armed with sharp pikes and a hapless victim in the middle. This certainly feels more like a gauntlet, but what was it supposed to achieve? Was it supposed to injure the victim and chasten them into living more honourably, or was it actually supposed to kill them? Well, it seems this depended on the context. Records show that some victims of the Dirgasse would be led through the gauntlet by another soldier. The soldier carried a knife and ensured the victim kept to a walking pace. There was no running allowed in this gauntlet. This might seem quite harsh on an already defenceless victim, but it does suggest something important. It suggests that this form of Dirgasse was not meant to be lethal, because if it was, the victim would probably just take his chances with the knifeman and hope it would be over quickly. Instead, the victim was encouraged to just roll with the blows and hopefully come out the other side in one piece. In other cases, however, it definitely was lethal, and death was basically the whole point. The Landsknecht were German mercenaries who made up the core of the Holy Roman Empire forces for much of the early modern period. They wielded sharp pikes and long arquebus shotguns, and so they were a formidable force. But their power on the battlefield had to be backed up with staunch discipline. If a soldier brought dishonour to their Landsknecht unit, they would face the rechte Langen Spieße, or the right of the long spears. This was essentially a court-martial in which the accused could plead his case, and if he failed, he would run the gauntlet and would not come out the other side. An alley would be formed between two banks of men, 3 deep, and each man bore a pike. The accused would run east to west through this alley, apologising to his comrades or begging their forgiveness. Or, more likely, just screaming as he was stabbed repeatedly. If a pike bearer allowed the victim to slip out of the alley and escape, then he would be the next to run the gauntlet. While this was going on, the unit's colours would be thrust upside down into the ground as a symbol of their dishonour. Only by successfully meting out this punishment could the regiment's honour be restored. It was this Landsknecht practice that inspired the peasant rebels in Weinsberg in April 1525. After seizing the town, the rebels condemned 7 noblemen to death, including Count Ludwig of Heffelstein. And to be honest, Heffelstein was a tyrant who probably deserved what he got. As the historian Paul Durant notes, many of the peasants were very specific in their criticisms of him. "You thrust my brother into a dungeon," one cried, "because he did not bare his head as you passed by. "You harnessed us like oxen to the yoke," shouted others. "You caused the hands of my father to be cut off because he killed a hare on his own field." Rather than behead the nobles or use some other honourable form of punishment, they decided to punish them the Landsknecht way, with the gauntlet. This was designed to be a symbolic method that robbed them of their lofty status in society, and it worked. Or at least, in Weinsberg, it worked. Elsewhere, the rebels were not quite so successful. Rather than bring about massive social change, they brought about a bloody retribution instead. Around 300,000 rebels were believed to have taken part in the uprisings of 1524 and 1525, and more than a third of those were killed in what turned out to be a very one-sided affair. At Frankenhausen the following month, more than 7,000 rebels were killed out of a force that probably numbered only 8,000 to start with. The aristocracy forces, in contrast, lost just 6 men. Not 6,000. 6. The rebels had their fun with the gauntlet at Weinsberg, but ultimately it achieved nothing except making Countess Heffelstein muddy her dress. Rohrbach himself would be burned alive as punishment, and he probably ended up thinking Heffelstein had gotten off easy. So, using the gauntlet to intentionally kill didn't end well for the peasant rebels, and as the reputation of the Landsknecht declined in the 16th century, the practice of gauntleting as a capital punishment became increasingly rare. Over the following centuries, the practice was retained as punishment for soldiers and sailors, but with strict rules in place. These rules would prevent a corporal punishment from becoming a capital one. Often, edged weapons were banned, so the victim couldn't be stabbed or slashed. At other times, soldiers participating as part of a gauntlet were not permitted to move from a designated spot. The victim may also be allowed to protect themselves by raising their hands, resulting in fewer blows to the head. In the Prussian cavalry, the gauntlet was applied using stirrup straps, rather than rigid rods or clubs. This would cause real pain, but it wouldn't break any bones. The British Navy used whips and flails, similar to a cat and nine tails. In some cases, the victim might be given the cat before they were unleashed into the gauntlet. The strikes of their comrades would compound the agony and the humiliation they'd already suffered. Again, this would be pretty awful, but it wasn't likely to kill. However, while all of this was going on in Europe, it seems that forms of gauntlet running were developing independently across the Atlantic. These methods also weren't designed to kill, but they were certainly designed to humiliate, terrorize, and injure. The Jesuit missionary Isaac Jogues described what happened when he was captured by a party of Mohawk Iroquois near Quebec City in 1642. "We were marched past the young men of the country in a line, armed with sticks. We were made to walk slowly for the sake of giving time to anyone who struck us." This seems quite similar to the European gauntlet, but it seems Jogues was singled out for special treatment. Before he'd even arrived at the gauntlet, Jogues apparently had the nails torn out of his fingertips. Bizarrely, his captors then bit the bleeding ends of his fingers until the bones were visible. After the gauntlet treatment, he then had his thumb chopped off and was tied spread eagle in a cabin whilst children dropped burning hot coals onto his body. Following this, they were then marched to another village and then a third, where they met with more gauntlets. Finally, Jogues' torment was ended when Iroquois in the third village took pity on him. Jogues leaves us with a detailed account of his treatment, but we do need to be a little careful when we approach this kind of story. Isaac Jogues was hailed as a living martyr on his return to France and would eventually become a saint. So his story has become part of Catholic hagiography, which means it can be difficult to separate truth from legend. However, Pope Urban VIII did make a special dispensation for Jogues. He was allowed to hold the Eucharist between two fingers, rather than between the finger and thumb, which is usually required when saying Mass. So it seems, at the very least, Jogues did lose his thumb. Other Native American peoples also used similar practices. When Shawnee and Lenape warriors entered the settlement of Great Cove, Pennsylvania in 1755, they weren't there on the business of peace. Instead, they killed between 7 and 32 people and took several prisoners. One of these prisoners was Charles Stewart, who was forced to run a gauntlet into the Lenape settlement, passing between around 100 lenape on each side. In his own words, they were armed with various kinds of weapons such as axes, tomahawks, cutlasses, hoop poles, pieces of wood, etc. But they did not strike with the axes and only used the heads and handles of their tomahawks. They used the blades of the cutlasses, though not with so much severity as to kill. It's clear that they weren't out to murder Stuart and the other prisoners, although it seems that the wounds they received were pretty severe. Stuart remembered, "I received a blow to the side of my forehead with one of them, which cut me to the bone." Meanwhile, back in Europe, running the gauntlet was being softened and sanitised by the late 18th century. This was because running the gauntlet wasn't really working as an out-and-out punishment. It was just too chaotic and a bit too cruel. For commanders eager to keep order, it was better to reframe the punishment. The gauntlet became an opportunity for the condemned to pay for their crimes through an ordeal, rather than simply a way to inflict pain and suffering. But over time, even this became a problem. In some instances, the victims' comrades would simply refuse to take part, and this was a real issue, as it risked causing a mutiny. Take Francis Lanyon, for example. Lanyon was a Royal Navy sailor who failed to return from a period of leave on time. As a result, he was sentenced to 3 runs through a gauntlet. And if you think that sounds a little harsh, you're not alone. His fellow sailors thought so too. And so Lanyon ran the gauntlet, and no one struck out. Then he ran it again, and no one struck out again. After running it a 3rd time, his crimes were considered to be paid, and he rejoined the ranks with no injury to his person. The commanding officer, realising he was dangerously close to having a rebellion on his hands, decided to leave it at that. This is probably why running the gauntlet was outlawed in the Royal Navy in 1806. Prussia and other German militaries kept up the practice for a few more years, and Russia did too, but running the gauntlet as any kind of official practice died within the 19th century. But while it may have died out as an official practice, running the gauntlet still took place long into the 1900s. In fact, these unofficial gauntlets tended to be a lot more brutal and often fatal. Ronda in Spain is a striking location. The Andalusian city sits upon a cliff top with a sheer drop falling almost 390 feet to the Guadalquivir River below. This city and its landscape certainly left an impression on the writer Ernest Hemingway, who wrote glowingly about Ronda in his book Death in the Afternoon in 1932. Several years later, Ronda was the scene of a massacre at the outset of the Spanish Civil War when Republican supporters targeted those associated with the nationalist movement and hurled them off the cliffs to their death. Hemingway doesn't mention Ronda by name, but he does describe a similar incident and a similar location in his 1941 novel For Whom the Bell Tolls. One of the novel's characters, Pilar, describes how she and her husband, Pablo, took part in an uprising in which nationalists were driven from the cliff edge. In the novel, Pablo arranges his men into 2 lines. They were armed with flails, such as are used to beat out the grain. Those who did not have flails had heavy herdsmen's clubs or ox goads, and some had wooden pitchforks. Some had sickles and reaping hooks, but these Pablo placed at the far end, where the lines reached the end of the cliff. Through this channel, the nationalist supporters of the town were herded, they were beaten, slashed, clubbed, and cut, and then they were flung to their deaths from the cliffs. This is, of course, a fictionalised account of what took place at Ronda, and historians do disagree over whether nationalists were actually driven through a gauntlet before they fell to their deaths. But the fact that Hemingway used it as a literary device underlines the symbolic and humiliating potency of this kind of treatment. And a place where running the gauntlet certainly was used was in communist Poland. Here, enemies of the state were punished and humiliated on the ścieżka zdrowia, meaning health path, or fitness trial. This happened to Waldemar Michalski after he was arrested following the protests of June 1976. To quote, "On the first day I walked the path of health on the way from a truck to the police van about 50 metres. They ordered me to walk slowly so that each one could hit me. They beat me with fists, clubs, boots. At the very end I fell down. I couldn't get up again under the hail of clubs." More recently, though, the punishment aspect of the gauntlet has fallen away altogether, and instead It's used as a type of initiation ritual. It still takes place in sport teams, military units, academic institutions, or in any other body that is supposed to have a sense of camaraderie and kinship. What was once a punishment has become a rite of passage for joining an exclusive club. These initiations are supposed to be fairly jovial affairs, and they're not supposed to inflict any real pain or suffering. But the problem with adopting a hundreds of years old punishment as an initiation ritual is that some aspects of the punishment remain unchanged. In other words, the practice is still going to be extremely humiliating, and it's still going to be open to some pretty serious abuse. In 1989, the California Maritime Academy held its traditional line crossing ceremony, which basically means people crossing the equator for the first time must undergo an ordeal to mark their passage. For the 1989 ceremony, line-crossing newbies were told to crawl around 12 metres through a gauntlet made up of more experienced Academy members. These elder sailors whipped the rear ends of these newbies with lengths of rubber hose that gave them quite the walloping. The ceremony was supposed to be voluntary, although many reported feeling pressured into taking part. In particular, many of the female recruits said they'd been coerced into taking part, adding a disturbing dimension to the whole thing. In 1991, another troubling report told how inexperienced recruits at a US Navy and Marine Corps convention in Las Vegas were forced to run a gauntlet through a hotel corridor. The gauntlet runners were all female, and they were all fondled as they passed. Over the weekend-long convention, at least 90 people were subject to what YouTube only lets me call SA. The gauntlet wasn't being used to kill or maim, but it was being used to facilitate humiliating abuse. But while this seems like a relatively recent development in the evolution of the gauntlet, controversies over its usage in hazing or initiation are in fact nothing new. And this brings us to our final story for today, the sad tale of Edward Turnback. Edward was only a teenager when he was enrolled in a new school in Hazleton, Pennsylvania in September 1885. As was customary in Hazleton, the newcomer was told that he must run the gauntlet in order to be accepted. As you might expect, this meant his classmates lined up in 2 rows and took shots at a terrified Turnback as he ran between them. Perhaps Turnback doubled over in fear of the blows, so his lower back took the brunt of the punishment. Or maybe it was just an unlucky strike, delivered with just too much enthusiasm in exactly the wrong place. Whatever it was, Turnback was severely injured by his ordeal. His kidneys suffered massive damage, and he quickly fell ill. He never recovered. What was supposed to be an initiation into a new class ended with the death of a young boy. So, to answer the question that started this whole video, is the gauntlet a form of capital punishment, corporal punishment, or a rite of passage? The answer depends largely on the situation. But in poor Edward Turnback's case, it was all 3. It's the 19th century, and Britannia rules the waves. The British Empire is so large that it's said the sun never sets upon it, eventually covering a quarter of our planet's landmass. It was simply the biggest empire that the world had ever seen. And the reason it was able to grow so large was through the strength of its colonial ambitions, and that was enforced by the iron fist of the empire, the Royal Navy. Britain's systems of organisation, trade and warfare were light years ahead of everybody else during its heyday, and managing the Navy was akin to managing the empire itself. From hunting pirates on trade routes to fighting wars with other empires to subjugating the natives of faraway lands to extract their resources, the Royal Navy was the invincible titan of its era. So, how do you run a tight ship? For an operation so large, you have to have a strict hierarchy and rules to keep things efficient. And if someone were to break those rules, well, then it would be time for punishment. And they could range from the not so bad all the way to the downright horrific, even fatal. This is the story of the worst punishments in the Royal Navy. So, as we mentioned, these punishments can range from the 19th century version of a slap on the wrist all the way up to literal death. But why were some of these punishments so harsh, even for such small infractions? Why would the Navy want to kill their sailors? Well, that comes down to the needs of the Navy itself and the needs of the Empire at the time. Royal Navy historians point out that during the French Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars, which took place from 1793 to 1815, different forms of punishment seem to have grown more severe in a British fleet that was getting bigger. And this makes sense. For one, the Navy was ever expanding, and having more and more people working within it led to greater risks. Mutinies were not uncommon in the Royal Navy, as many sailors within it weren't always there by choice, being press-ganged into service elsewhere and having their wages deferred for a long time so that they couldn't quit. A navy of such gargantuan size needed to be run effectively. Sailors had to know their roles, especially when on the precipice of war. There were no courts out on open water, so the captain was left as the judge. Harsh punishments were therefore a factor of circumstance, but also a direct tactic by the Royal Navy to keep sailors in line. Okay, but let's suppose that you're a sailor and you did something wrong, nothing crazy, just a minor slip-up. Perhaps you were found tipsy on grog mid-shift. So what would happen to you? Well, you'd likely be subjected to the first of our punishments, bread and water. Yep, back in the day, Royal Navy sailors couldn't simply sail the seas sloshed, and for minor issues like drunkenness or even being late to come back from shore leave, you could be threatened with bread and water. Now, that doesn't tend to sound like such a terrible thing, especially when compared to the blood and guts punishments that we'll get into later. With bread and water, not a single drop of sanguine is spilled. And you even get fed in a time where most places would just starve you to death, so this doesn't seem to be a punishment at all, does it? But trust us, it seriously was. Remember, the Navy only used punishments it found effective because it was critical to the safe and orderly running of the maritime fleet. If they used bread and water as a punishment, it's because it worked. So, what actually was it? Well, instead of just a dietary restriction, it's actually a very nasty form of confinement. Now, for very small infractions, sometimes you would be thrown in the brig, a small cell in the ship's lower decks, to serve your punishment, and typically you would be fed regular rations, as the Navy didn't want you to die for something so small. They need the manpower after all, that's why you're at sea. But if your act of hijinks irritates the captain just enough, they might decide you don't deserve that luxury, meaning the only things you'll be able to consume are bread and water whilst all locked up. This is a miserable experience. You're in a dark, cramped cell all day, every day, for 3 days straight. Your only reprieve is the sorry excuse for bread they had during the era. You see, bread on ships would often grow mouldy because of the moisture present all around you when at sea. But soon maritime travellers realised that mixing flour and salt with as little water as possible gets you a substance called hardtack. It's also called a ship's biscuit. This stuff was hard as a rock, literally, and was genuinely very difficult to eat by itself. You could soak it in a liquid to soften it up some, but that could waste your water. Often, people would simply have to let the tack go stale and soft first, in which case it was usually musty, mouldy, and infested with insects like maggots. To make matters worse, the so-called fresh water on a ship was actually pretty foul. It was kept in wooden casks, which meant it would quickly turn stagnant and even have algae in it. That kind of water was almost guaranteed to make you sick, and it's part of the reason why the British Navy preferred a daily ration of grog, which was basically just watered-down rum. The rum helped with the taste and likely some of the bacteria too, rendering it safer to drink. But if you're on bread and water, you don't have this benefit. Throw in the lack of entertainment, no social interaction, and the humiliation from being imprisoned, and this punishment wasn't overly physically taxing, but mentally it would have had a major effect. It sucks just enough for a person to not want to be late or drunk ever again. Many naval punishments were carried out formally, designed to appear as justice rather than mere retribution. The warrant for a sailor's arrest would be read on the quarterdeck, and the prisoner would be sentenced under the Articles of War, which was just a fancy title for British naval law at the time. More severe crimes required a court-martial, and in that case, the prisoner was to be taken back to the homeland and tried. But this formality actually led to some surprisingly modern human rights standards from the British Navy that was well ahead of its time. When a prisoner was confined, such as when serving the bread and water punishment, they would have monitoring and welfare checks. A prisoner in solitary, according to the Queen's Regulation and Admiralty Instructions of 1861, had to be visited every 4 hours by the police, or in this case, one of the ship's corporals or the master-at-arms. This was to make sure that the confinement was lawful and check on the prisoner for any complications. Moreover, because the water could make you sick, a medical officer would check the prisoner once per day for any health issues. Even the cells had to meet minimum standards, being at least 6.5 feet long, at least 3 feet across, and even had to be well ventilated. It's interesting to see this phenomenon take place under the British when in India they were strapping men to cannons and blasting them to smithereens at the same time. I did a video on that, by the way, and watch it after this one. It's grisly. But interestingly enough, back to bread and water, it was eventually outlawed as a punishment in 1891 by the Royal Navy, but the practice lived on in the US Navy, which retained the punishment until 2019. Okay, but what if you did something worse than just drunkenness and the captain's really mad at you? What punishment might you get then? Well, in that case, you could well end up having to run the gauntlet. Running the gauntlet was a very interesting punishment, not only because it was a more interactive form of discipline for the crew, but the crew could decide how harsh to be. In this method, a person would be made to run in a circular motion around the ship's main deck and would often have to do so several times. During this circuit, the accused would pass between two lines of shipmates, one on either side, who would beat them with modified versions of the infamous cat of nine tails, as well as other objects. This was a punishment in a few ways. For one, it could be potentially very painful to get hit in the face or other more sensitive areas, and it wasn't necessarily a case of sprinting through it either. Some Royal Navy ships were large, and doing several laps of one would mean that the accused would eventually slow down a bit, prolonging the punishment. It was also something of a humiliation ritual. Any of your crewmates who you irritated before this punishment now finally had a chance to get their own back on you, and there's nothing you can do about it. You simply have to run and take it, often to the sound of rapturous laughter from the crew enjoying your discomfort. So, what would lead to such a painful punishment? Well, it didn't take much. Not returning from leave in time was a common one. This might be because it could have been seen as disrespectful to the other sailors who arrived back on time, now being held up by someone else's tardiness. Another one would be keeping your quarters unclean. Remember, you had to live with the people around you in the Navy, and as well as just not being very sailor-like, being dirty, again, made a mockery of those who did keep their quarters neat and orderly. So if you'd sufficiently irritated the crew through such inaction, you could find yourself subjected to a pretty nasty walloping. However, the crew could also like you, and if they did, or if they didn't fully agree with the punishment, they'd go easier on you. They would actively try not to cause you physical injury. Take Francis Lanyon, for example, a seaman aboard the guard ship HMS Royal George, who in 1760 was sentenced to 3 runs of the gauntlet for failing to return from leave. The crew clearly disagreed with the punishment, and the ship's lieutenant later recorded that Lanyon received no substantial injury from the process. So the crew did have an important say in how bad your punishment was. This had its benefits, right? It strengthened camaraderie and enforced order among the troops. However, this agency for the crew could sometimes undermine the captain's authority. So, occasionally, some particularly naughty prisoners would get a dozen lashes ordered by the captain beforehand to make any blows whilst running the gauntlet hurt even more. But in the end, the Navy stopped agreeing with the punishment altogether, whether it was the sense of unity that the crew felt in opposition to a captain's orders, or another perhaps more humanitarian factor. It was nonetheless abolished as a punishment in the Royal Navy all the way back in 1806. More formal and less collective punishments were the focus from this point onwards. Other sailors would still participate, but not in a way that could influence the outcome. Let's imagine, though, that you did something even worse than having untidy quarters. The captain is downright furious, and you're going to be punished severely. What would happen? Well, it gets a lot worse. Those get lashes. Now, Lashes, or floggings, were serious punishment, and they could be doled out by the captain for almost anything, but they were usually reserved for very poor behaviour. Floggings could be dished out for all manner of crimes, though, including some of the ones we've mentioned so far: drunkenness, mutiny, neglect of duty, assault, desertion, going AWOL, disobedience, insolence, theft, quarrelling, fighting, riotous behaviour, embezzlement, and get this, for chewing too loudly. Okay, the last one we made up. But the others are real crimes that the captain could dish out a flogging for. And what's the difference between drunkenness that gets you bread and water and drunkenness that gets you lashes? It's likely up to the captain's interpretation of the crime, assessing its seriousness when considering punishment in context. It could also be a result of repeat offences too. Despite the risks, though, some just couldn't help themselves. Take the HMS Daphne, for example. Between 1776 and 1783, 99 floggings were handed out on her deck. Drunken behaviour led to 33 of them, a perfect third. The only one to get more would be neglect of duty, such as sleeping when you're supposed to be on watch, for example. The average number of lashes on the Daphne was between 10 and 20, depending on the severity of the punishment, but it could go much higher, even into the hundreds. So, enough beating around the bush. What actually happens when a sailor got lashed? Well, they would be stripped to the waist and then tied to something on the ship, perhaps a mast or a grate with their back exposed. The crime would be worth a certain number of lashes, of which would be administered by the captain or other members of the crew. Captains sometimes did this to enforce discipline amongst the sailors, giving them an up-and-close, personal look at what will happen if they did the same thing. The lashes could be given with many things like rods, wooden canes, or other objects, but the one that saw the most use was the infamous cat o' nine tails. Rods and canes could, let's remember, break bones or cause internal injuries, not good for when you need a functional crewmate, but the cat of nine tails was just sheer pain. It was a wooden stick with 9 pieces of string or thin rope coming out from it, like a medieval flogger. Then they'd be knotted at various intervals along the rope, which would make them extra painful when they struck you. Men would be slashed with this across their back at full force for the appropriate number of lashes. In particularly grim accounts, the accused sailor had to make his own whip within 24 hours to be beaten with, which was as humiliating as it was painful. One blow, by the way, from the cat was enough to draw blood and rip skin from flesh, so even a dozen of them would be considered agonising, leaving the accused black and blue and scarred for a long time afterwards. Fun fact, this is actually where the phrase, "not enough room to swing a cat," comes from. I'm sure many of you have been imagining flinging felines whenever you heard that in the past, but it's actually to do with the cat of nine tails. Anyway, as mentioned, sometimes the captain would get the crew involved, which prolonged the punishment. They particularly liked left-handed crewmen for this, because their own slashes would cut right across the ones made by right-handed crew, causing even more misery for the accused. In 1831, Private Alexander Somerville of the Royal Scots Greys was flogged with the cat after writing to a newspaper at the height of the agitation for parliamentary reform. He had this to say about the experience: "I felt an astounding sensation between the shoulders under my neck, which went to my toenails in one direction, my fingernails in another, and stung me to the heart, as if a knife had gone through my body." Some captains were particularly harsh, like Captain Hugh Pigot of the HMS Success. During a 9-month period, he ordered at least 85 floggings, the equivalent of half the crew. Subsequently, 2 of these men died from their injuries. Yes, floggings can be fatal, especially if lashes are administered in the hundreds. It gets even worse, though. A common punishment for more serious offences was known as flogging around the fleet, in which a sailor would be transported from ship to ship, getting a certain number of lashes from a crew member on it. This was particularly humiliating, as the punishment was not just left exclusive to the ship a sailor was on, instead being viewed by every ship in the near vicinity. Eventually, the lashing would end and the sailor would be let free, often bruised and bleeding. Afterwards, salt would then be rubbed into the wounds, although it's reported that this was to stop infections more than it was to cause any more pain. That was just an unfortunate feature. In the end, flogging would also be left behind after being abolished in 1881, and it's for the best, really. But all of that leads us to one question: what could be worse than that? And this was remarkably simple. All you need was a rope. Now, you might have expected me to bring up keel hauling for the final punishment, but this was actually more of a form of punishment in the Dutch Navy, not the British Royal Navy. Some sources allude to it being used, and I don't doubt that it may have on occasion, but it was never a formal punishment, and the sources on it are a bit murky. Not to mention, I've already done a video on keel hauling where we go into all of it in some gruesome detail. But I won't be retreading old ground today for an edge case, so we're going to talk about the worst punishment for crewmen: hanging. There's not much to say about hanging that hasn't already been said. Ever since human beings were first capable of twisting fibres into rope, people have been hanging each other. In the Royal Navy, at the height of the British Empire, it was the formal execution method that came after serious mutinies or other capital crimes like murder. And everyone was sure to see it when it happened. A mutineer would be led in irons onto the main deck of the ship, where their crewmates gathered in a crowd. They would have been shackled under the arms or at the waist, ensuring that they wouldn't be able to get themselves free. The rope was then thrown over the yardam. On an old ship, this is referring to the widest horizontal mast that extends over the side of the ship. Once retrieved, a noose would be tied around the perpetrator's neck. They would be given a chance to say any last words before being slowly hoisted up by the neck over the side of the ship. They would then be left hanging as they slowly asphyxiated to death, kicking and twitching as they struggled for breath, and then they would go limp, with their corpse swinging as a clear deterrent for all to see. The deterrent would usually be left up for at least several hours, far longer than is actually needed to suffocate someone to death. But in some cases, the corpses were left hanging on the yardam for days, with them only being taken down when they started to decay in the salty sea breeze. Sometimes there would be multiple bodies hanging there at once. The Nore Mutiny in 1797 was one such example. After a mutiny that started out the sailors' economic grievances was brutally put down, 29 men were hanged from the yardams of various ships in the fleet. Admiral John Jervis, later the first Earl of St. Vincent, turned to an officer beside him, watching one mutineer hanging from the yardam, and said, "Discipline is preserved, sir." When these ships were sailing together, they must have appeared like an arbiter of death as they creeped over the horizon, striking fear into the heart of any pirates nearby. Nobody would dare defy the crown after seeing that. The last man to be hanged by the Royal Navy was Private John Gallagher in 1860 after stealing some brandy and shooting 2 officers aboard the HMS Leven. The practice of public hanging was actually abolished 8 years later in 1868. I'm struck at how much more solemn hanging seems in relation to the other punishments we've talked about. The others appear almost bombastic, like a spectacle to be gawked at, but the stories of sailors hanging and simply being left there like a common criminal is truly the most chilling. I'm also struck at how different the punishments doled out by the Royal Navy were. They were all designed to serve a slightly different purpose, one for discomfort, one for public humiliation, one for pain, and one for death. Now, there's definitely overlap between those 4 categories, but it's interesting to see how each one seems primarily intended for a specific purpose. They do have their similarities, of course, with pain and humiliation being the main avenues towards correcting behaviour. The punishment system was also a feature of its time, let's not forget. You'll notice that all 4 of the punishment methods were abolished in the Royal Navy before the turn of the 20th century. And that spoke to how the Navy was changing. A shift to a voluntary enlistment system meant that ships no longer had to be run through sheer deterrence. Britain, as it started to consider more humanitarian goals, although this was quite a selective process, the Crown also understood that the Navy was the face of the empire. It's what many people who would learn about Britain would see first, and bodies hanging from masts just didn't seem to send the right message anymore. The ideas around discipline changed too, favouring loss of pay or grog, or even prison sentences in dedicated military prisons over blood and guts, pain and suffering. And so in a funny way, these punishments tell us an interesting story about the British Empire and its evolution as a whole. How over time, these punishments, while somewhat effective, were phased out. But as the level of professionalism increased, Britain's empire grew larger and larger without the need for such spectacles. And it would be this change that would eventually turn Britain from another global power to the unrivaled hegemon of the planet and the largest empire of all time. It's December 17th in the year 835. We're in the Tang Dynasty capital, Chang'an, today known as Xi'an in central China. The Imperial Chancellor Wang Ya sees for the first time the instruments that will end his life. It's a strangely tranquil scene. Beneath a tree in one of Chang'an's gardens stands a trestle, and besides this, a saw. To the untrained eye, they resemble the tools of an artisan or craftsman, but Wang Ya knows that they are not this. He knows that there'll be no sawing of beams and chopping of wood today. Instead, Wang Ya is the one who will be sawn and chopped. In the bitter December cold, the 70-year-old Wang Ya is strapped face down onto the trestle. It's a humiliating position for a man of his years and standing. With his hands and feet on the ground, he arches his back and raises his rump to the sky. Then his executioner begins. He starts at Wang Ya's lower spine, moving the blade back and forth in a sawing motion as the elderly man wails in agony. And the executioner does not stop there. In fact, he won't stop until he's reached the other side. Wang Ya has met with the Yao Jian, or the waist chop. It is one of Imperial China's most ruthless punishments. We don't know how long Wang Ya remained conscious during this ordeal. The massive amounts of blood loss and the severed spinal column may have put him under quickly, sparing him some of the anguish. But he may well have been alive too, even after the waist chop was complete. Records show that Wang Ya's head was cut from his shoulders shortly afterwards and displayed on the city's Xing'an Gate. Whether this was a final act of mercy or just a way to collect a trophy, we're not sure. The waist chop has become a symbol of judicial brutality in Imperial China, the period that stretches from the ancient age right up to just before the First World War. And it's easy to see why the waist chop has become so symbolic. It's cruel, it's humiliating, and it inflicts unimaginable agony on its victim. But as we shall see, some punishments went even further, plumbing the depths of inhumanity in an effort to make a point and send a message to potential miscreants. This is the story of punishments in Imperial China. The grim end of Wang Ya is difficult to rationalize. It suggests something chaotic and random. It suggests haphazard expressions of brutality designed to be as horrific and blood-curdling as possible. But this is not really the case. Right across the broad sweep of China's imperial history, it is true that punishments certainly were horrific and blood-curdling, but they were not random. They were based on a codified set of rules and prescriptions, basically right from the very beginning. Back in the early days of the Xia dynasty, around 4,000 years ago, King Qi of Xia sought to develop a legal code he could use to pacify his burgeoning kingdom. He may have taken inspiration from the Miao people, who still inhabit southern China and Southeast Asia. The Miao had a code of punishments that they would mete out to their own criminals. According to legend, King Shi liked what he saw and implemented this code in the Xia kingdom. Over the following millennia, the Proto-Chinese judicial code developed from these early origins. It coalesced into something very simple, but also disturbingly brutal. This was the Wu Xing, or the 5 punishments. It's this code of Wu Xing that brings us, around 1500 years later, to the story of the unfortunate general and tactician Sun Bin, of the state of Wei. Sun Bin was a talented young man. It was said that he was a descendant of the legendary Sun Tzu, whose writings on military strategy are still studied to this day. Back in the 4th century BC, this made Sun Bin something of a star. While studying military strategy in the Wei Kingdom of northeastern China, he stood out as a gifted future general. But for his friend and fellow student, Pang Juan, Sun Bin was not a star and instead was a threat to Pang's own ambitions. Pang grew jealous of Sun. Years later, when the two were serving as generals in the Wei army, Pang decided his former friend needed to go. Pang framed Sun for treason, and as punishment, Sun would be branded so that he would forever carry the mark of a traitor. But the punishment did not end there. Even worse than the branding, his kneecaps were cut from his legs. Sun Bin would describe this grim treatment. He left the Wei state and joined the rival Shi army. In 342 BC, he would take his revenge. Despite Sun Bin's debilitating punishment, he was able to lead the Qi forces at the Battle of Ma Ling. Here, they defeated the Wei. Pang Juan would not survive the encounter. He was mortally wounded in an ambush and then committed suicide. Sun Bin's treatment sounds grim and barbaric, but it would not have been surprising at the time. The general had received 2 of the 5 punishments of ancient China, namely moi, meaning ink, and yue, which essentially means to cut off the feet. With moi, tattoos and brands would be used to mark the prisoner out as a criminal. They would carry this mark of shame for the rest of their lives. With yue, the lower limbs would be brutalized. Essentially, this meant one or both feet would be chopped off. In Sun Bin's case, the interpretation was a little different. Rather than the feet, his kneecaps were removed. Sun Bin's story may have become shrouded in legend, but these punishments did actually happen. In 1999, a female skeleton around 3,000 years old was discovered. One of her feet was missing, and the ends of her leg bones exhibited signs of sawing. Perhaps this was an example of an early bit of preventative surgery, maybe after an accident or illness. But Peking University archaeologist Li Nan doesn't think so. Speaking to Live Science, she said, quote, "After careful observation, our research team ruled out other possibilities and agreed that punitive amputation is the best interpretation." Surely this woman must have committed some hideous crime to deserve such treatment. So, what'd she do? Well, Li isn't sure. There were lots of crimes that carried out this sort of penalty. In fact, there were 500 separate infractions in total. In Li's words, this included rebelling, cheating, stealing, and even climbing over certain gates. In other words, the woman may have had her foot chopped off simply for trespassing, or a possible 499 other crimes. So in Mo and Yue, we have 2 of the 5 punishments. So what about the other 3? Well, for around 1,000 separate offences, you could suffer yi. In other words, you'd have your nose chopped off. The most famous example of yi comes from the early Han Dynasty in the 2nd century BC. When a concubine named Lady Qi fell foul of Dowager Empress Li Jie, her days were numbered. The Empress decided to teach Lady Qi a lesson by cutting off her nose. In other words, Lady Qi was sentenced to yi, but unfortunately for Lady Qi, there was far worse to come. The Empress also exacted several other punishments on her rival. She cut off Lady Qi's arms and legs, gouged out her eyes, slashed off her ears, poisoned her with a concoction of potions, and finally locked her in a pigsty, calling her human swine. One of the few punishments that Lady Qi did not suffer was the next of the 5 punishments, gong. Gong meant castration. The prisoner's male parts were chopped off, and the victim may then become a eunuch serving the imperial harem. This was a penalty for around 300 offences. Generally, these offences were serious sexual crimes, but the punishment was also applied to adultery or general promiscuity. Women could also be sentenced to gong, although some historians believe that the body of a female prisoner would be unharmed. These offenders may simply be confined to a room as a kind of house arrest. However, in William Ninehouse's edition of Sun Ma Qian's Grand Scribe's Records, he states that mutilation of women's parts did take place. So, women may not have been spared the cruel physical suffering of gong either. All of that brings the grim total of punishments up to 4, which means 1 more remains. Up to now, these have all been corporal punishments designed to cripple the body and condemn the prisoner to a life of shame. The final punishment is, well, final. It's the death penalty. There were many death penalties in Imperial China. Prisoners might be chopped into 4 pieces, or they may be boiled alive. They might also be pulled apart by a system of 5 chariots, 1 attached to each limb and 1 to the neck. Other prisoners may simply have had their head chopped off, or be strangled. There's also a very specific punishment known as qi shi, which involves leaving the mutilated corpse of the victim in the local public market as a warning to others. And then there are other methods of execution, one of which we've seen already with poor old Wang Ya. But we're going to come back to these, as we haven't yet begun to scratch the surface of Imperial China's corporal punishments. Now, the eagle-eyed among you may have spotted that some of what we've talked about up to this point takes place before 221 BC, with the notable exceptions of poor old Wang Ya and Lady Qi. This means it took place before Qin Shi Huang ended the Warring States period and unified China under the Qin dynasty. There are 2 reasons why I've decided to cover these pre-dynastic cases. The first reason is that there is a continuous cultural thread throughout Chinese history. While the dynastic period generally covers 221 BC until the end of the Qing dynasty in 1911, the threads of this culture extend far beyond this. So we can take three very different points in time, such as the Xia dynasty in 2000 BC, or the Qi kingdom in 300 BC, and the Tang dynasty of 700 AD, and we can see similar cultural foundations exhibited in each one. These periods are not identical by any means, but they do stem from the same cultural roots. It's not quite the same as lumping the legal codes of Roman Britain together with the social practices of earlier Celtic tribes or with the later Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. The second reason is that the 5 punishments were around for over 1,000 years. This means they were extended well into the dynastic period itself. It wasn't until around 176 BC that the Han dynasty abolished the 5 punishments. According to legend, it was a 14-year-old girl who brought about the end of Wuxing. This was Chunyu Tiying, who travelled to the court of Emperor Wen to petition for the release of her father after he was accused of medical malpractice. At the court, she addressed the emperor directly. As a daughter, I am willing to redeem my father's sin by being your slave for the rest of my life. I beg you to spare him from this punishment, and thus he will have an opportunity to make a fresh start. In a bit of rare leniency from the ancient world, it seemed Emperor Wen was moved by the girl's words. Not only did he pardon her father, but he didn't accept Ti Ying's offer to be his slave either, which was nice of him. We don't know whether this ever actually happened. Barbara Bennett Peterson's book Notable Women of China seems to suggest that it is a true story, and that the emperor was moved by the girl's outstanding example of filial piety. In other words, she had honoured her parents and had therefore fulfilled her duty under the Confucian moral code that underpinned Han Dynasty society. But even though Wu Xing was abolished during the Han Dynasty, brutal corporal and capital punishments continued. By the Sui Dynasty, around 700 years later, a staunch code of corporal punishments and fines was in place, ensuring that anyone who broke the law would know what was coming to them. These corporal punishments would be applied for 7 of the 10 abominations, the crimes deemed to be so abhorrent that they carried the highest levels of punishment. These crimes ranged from the murder of one's parents to committing incest, or even simply not showing the proper respect to the emperor. The code of punishment revolved around 4 aspects: beatings, fines, imprisonment, and exile, and each of these aspects would be applied to a differing degree depending on the offence. For example, less serious offenders would be flogged with a light bamboo cane, whereas more serious offenders would be beaten with thick, heavy sticks. The process of exile was known as Yu, which was applied across 3 different degrees. The minimum exile was 620 miles away from the criminal's birthplace. The worst degree was 930 miles. Often, however, prisoners were simply sent to the island province of Hainan, as this was believed to be sufficiently remote. This system of beatings, fines, and exile long outlasted the relatively short-lived Sui dynasty. A similar code was still in use as late as the Qing dynasty, which lasted from the 17th century right to the 20th century. But some punishments existed outside these codes. These punishments were tortures designed to elicit a confession, something that was vital for a conviction under imperial Chinese law. In 1585, the Spanish bishop Juan González de Mendoza wrote his History of China. It was one of the first texts of its type from a Western observer, and in it, Mendoza describes a brutal method of torture. They take 2 pieces of wood with holes bored through, and put through these holes cords. And in the middle of these boards, they do put the whole foot and strain the cords. And with a mallet, they do strike upon the cords, wherewith they do break all the bones. Mendoza is describing the jiagun, or ankle crusher. This was a process designed to inflict maximum pain on the victim without putting their life in danger. It was a legally sanctioned method of torture and interrogation right up to the end of the Qing dynasty. But jiagun was only applied to male prisoners. Female prisoners would not have their ankles crushed, and instead would be subjected to jianzhe, or finger crushing. Mendoza provides an account of this too. The torments on the hands is given with 2 sticks as big as 2 fingers and a span long. The sticks are full of holes in all places wherein are put cords, and the finger of both their hands are put into the cords. Little and little they do pinch them, till in the end they do break them at the joints, with an incredible pain unto them that do suffer it. Another recorded method of torture is the red embroidered shoe. This was an iron-hot boot that was attached to the prisoner's foot. Once secure, it was heated until the surface of the metal glowed and the human flesh within the shoe began to cook. A confession was surely not far behind. Of course, torture was never the end game, it was part of the judicial process. That end game would come after the confession, and often this meant capital punishment. We've already talked about the 10 abominations of traditional Chinese law. These were the most heinous offences for the dynastic period, but the imperial judicial system didn't operate on a life-for-a-life basis. You could commit murder and still not be executed. Instead, you might be flogged, fined, and banished instead. Capital punishments were typically reserved for the 3 most serious of the 10 abominations. These 3 offences were not crimes against your fellow human being, but instead, or you guessed it, crimes against the state. For plotting a rebellion, for plotting sedition, or for plotting treason, you would likely be executed. At various points in China's imperial history, capital punishment was applied pragmatically. A prisoner might be hanged, or have their head cut off. This is certainly horrific to us from our modern perspective, but it wasn't designed to be cruel and spectacular. It was designed simply to get the job done. However, this was not always the case, and frequently prisoners were executed in garishly spectacular fashion. Several records exist of people being torn apart by chariots. The infamous fake eunuch Liao Ai was apparently ripped apart by this method after he attempted to usurp the young king of Qing in 238 BC. I've covered his bizarre and disturbing story in my video on Emperor Qin Shi Huang, China's great unifier. What you need to know is that Lao Ai's head and his 4 limbs were each tied to a chariot. These chariots were attached to horses, and the horses were then whipped and driven in opposing directions. The idea was to literally pull the body apart. Lao Ai and other people subjected to this treatment would experience minutes of mind and body-wrenching pain until finally their head was severed. In the ideal case, the head would be severed before the limbs, but this was certainly not guaranteed. It seems this punishment certainly did take place, but if you're a regular viewer of the channel, you'll know that it's quite hard to separate limbs from the body with horsepower alone. The saving grace is that it's likely this method wasn't used that often, although of course when it was, it would have been messy and drawn out. The yaojian, or waist chop method we saw at the beginning of this video, was probably used more often. It would have been far easier for the executioners to control, as they didn't have to deal with temperamental horses and stubborn human sinews. Chinese official histories record numerous instances of this, spanning centuries, dynasties, even millennia. Poor old Wang Ya, for example, was cut in half during the Tang dynasty in the 9th century. At more than 70 years old, the imperial chancellor Wang Ya was already well beyond the average life expectancy for the period. He should have been revered as an elder, but when he attempted to stand against the cabal of eunuchs who'd seized power in the imperial capital, he found himself humiliated and brutally killed. Along with his fellow chancellors, Wang was paraded through the streets and markets of Chang'an one bitterly cold day in December of 1835. Rather than showing their respect and deference, the people assaulted him. They hurled rocks and fragments of masonry as he passed. But it was their words that hurt most of all. They called him a traitor, a man who had served under 4 emperors and proved himself to be a capable politician and a skilled chancellor. Now he was being jeered and cursed by his own people. Finally, Wang Ya's humiliation was brought to an end. Beneath a tree in a Chang'an garden, Wang Ya was sawn in half. His head was lopped off and then hung onto the Xi'an gate as a warning to others. If you think that the sight of their elderly relative's head displayed on a pole might have been disturbing for Wang Ya's family, then you don't need to worry, because his family was slaughtered too, young and old. The only consolation is that their own executions were not carried out in quite the same grim manner. Wang Ya's story is disturbing, but it's far from unique. If you'll excuse the slightly unfortunate turn of phrase, Wang sits somewhere at the midpoint of the waist chops period of usage. Court official Li Si was executed in this way 600 years before in 208 BC. This came during the bloody power struggle that followed the death of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. In 1374, almost a millennium and a half after Li Si, and 500 years after Wang Ya, the poet Gou Qi met a similar end. Records suggest that Gou was sliced into 8 parts rather than 2 for his role in a planned rebellion. Legend has it this method was still being used during the Qing dynasty another 350 years later. The education administrator Yu Hongtu was apparently executed this way in 1734. Supposedly, the bloody trunk of Yu remained alive long after the chop was complete. The wretched man scrawled the word cruel over and over again into the dust in his own blood. This sorry spectacle apparently appalled the young Yongzheng emperor of the Qing dynasty, who outright banned the process. Although other records say that Yu was executed by decapitation, not the waist chop. I will leave it up to you to decide which version of the history you believe. Now, so far I've made it sound like the waist chop is the pinnacle of barbarity, the most savage of all the dynastic period's punishments. But most would argue that this was not the case. Most would say that one form of capital punishment stands above the rest as the most demented of all, and this was of course the Ling Chur, also known as slow slicing or death by 1,000 cuts. I've actually done an entire video on the process of Ling Chur, and I recommend you take a look at that video once you've finished watching this one, if you like these kinds of topics. But I can't cover Imperial Chinese punishments without providing at least a brief overview of Ling Chur, so here we go. During Ling Chur, a series of slashes and amputations are inflicted upon the victim. Each one is designed to cause agonizing pain and to remove a portion of the victim's flesh, but they are not designed to kill. Under this method, death must come as slowly as possible. Numerous pieces of the victim's body must first be removed before he or she finally succumbs. The practice was first recorded as early as the 5th century and was deemed so horrifying that it was abolished numerous times over the following 1,000 years. In a plea to the imperial court of the Song dynasty in the 13th century, the historian Lu You provided a disturbing description of the process. When the muscles of the flesh are already taken away, the breath of life is not yet cut off. Liver and heart are still connected. Seeing and hearing still exist. Lu You was disgusted by the procedure and wanted it banned. He continued, "It affects the harmony of nature. It is injurious to a benevolent government, and does not befit a generation of wise men." But the practice was still very much in use as late as the Qing dynasty at the turn of the 20th century. Sir Henry Norman published an eyewitness account of such an execution in 1895. The executioner grasps handfuls from the fleshy parts of the body, such as the thighs and breasts, and slices them away. The limbs are cut off piecemeal at the wrists and ankles, the elbows and knees, shoulders and hips. Finally, the condemned is stabbed to the heart, and the head is cut off. The Australian George Ernest Morrison published a similar account that same year and described how the executioner used a sharp sword to, quote, make 2 quick incisions above the eyebrows and then draws down the portion of skin over each eye. Mercifully, Morrison stated the prisoner was likely deeply under the influence of opium, but not all victims of Ling Chur were afforded such kindness. Ling Chur is unusual amongst ancient methods of executions in that it permeated right through into the modern age. One of the last judicial applications of Ling Chur occurred as late as 1907, just 4 years before the end of the dynastic period in 1911. Photographic evidence even exists of Ling Chur. Images of an execution carried out in Beijing on October 31st, 1904 are still widely available online, but obviously they are far too graphic to show on YouTube. They can be found easily, but fair warning before you go looking, they're not nice to see. Moving on though, from a judicial perspective, some fates were worse even than death, and worse than a lifetime of mutilation and shame, which brings us to our final story of today, the story of Fang Xiaoru. Fang came from Ninghai in Zhejiang, close to the modern city of Ningbo on China's eastern coast. He showed himself to be a gifted student, excelling in his study of Confucian philosophy and morality. In time, he rose through the ranks to become a trusted advisor to the Zhenwen Emperor. But in 1399, disaster befell Fang. His enviable position as imperial advisor was suddenly threatened by the Jingjiang rebellion as the emperor's uncle, Zhu Di, rose up to seize power. By 1402, Fang's cushy little world was falling apart. Zhu Di's armies were marching on the Ming capital at Nanjing. On July 13th, the city's garrison switched sides, and they opened the gates to the city, and the rebels swept inside. The imperial palace was put to flame, and in the blaze, the Zhenwen emperor, the empress, and their eldest son perished. Zhu Di took the imperial throne, and this meant selecting a new title as emperor. He decided on Yongle, meaning perpetual happiness. Only There was no perpetual happiness for the followers of the deposed genuine emperor. Yongle began a purge that would essentially wipe his predecessor from the face of history, and this meant that Fang Xiaoru was now a target. According to the official History of Ming, penned around 300 years later, Fang did have a chance to save himself. He was ordered to write the emperor's inaugural address, but he refused. Fang, for this, was sentenced to death. But not only Fang, his entire family would also need to be put to death. The Emperor of Perpetual Happiness sentenced Fang to miazhi, or the extermination of the clan. This meant the murder not only of Fang, but also a number of his family members. The highest degree of this punishment was the extermination of 9 generations. This sounds insane. 9 generations is about 270 years of family history. To go back 9 generations in your family, you would end up in the mid-1750s. Even Ming China wasn't going to dig up 2.5 centuries worth of corpses and then symbolically re-put them to death. Instead, the extermination of 9 generations worked like this. Fang's parents were put to death, as well as his own children and grandchildren. His siblings and siblings-in-law were also executed. In the eyes of the law, that took care of 5 generations. Then, Fang's uncles and aunts were executed, followed by his cousins, his wife, and his wife's parents. By bending the definition of what a generation actually is, the Yongle Emperor managed to find 9 generations of Fang's family to murder. According to the Annals of Ming History, published 200 years after the event, the Yongle Emperor went even further. Apparently, when the sentence was read out and Fang was informed that 9 generations of his family were to die, Fang responded, "Why not 10? This 10th generation was then interpreted as Fang's students and peers, so his sudden outburst to the emperor got them killed too. The annals suggest that in total, 873 people were executed. Leaving Fang alive, after getting nearly 1,000 of his relatives and friends killed, might have been a punishment in itself, but of course he too had to die. The sources differ as to how exactly Fang himself was executed. It may have been Ling Che, or he may have received the waist chop. Neither sounds like a particularly appealing end. Just like with any history of Imperial China, we do have to question the sources at least a bit. Dynastic histories tend to be written by the official historians of the following dynasty, and these historians tended to have an axe to grind. As they were writing about what was basically a civil war in the Ming dynasty, later historians may well have picked a side. They may have wanted to make Zheng Wen and his supporters appear more virtuous compared to the bloodthirsty Yongle. Or they might have wanted to make Yongle look like a strong and ruthless ruler. This is actually more likely, as Yongle has gone down in history as one of the great Chinese emperors. Regardless of the details, though, familial exterminations did happen. Fang Xiaoru is the only documented example of a person sentenced to 10 degrees of extermination, and even the 9 degrees didn't happen very often. But having your parents, children, spouse, and other family members put to death for a crime that you committed definitely happened, and was considered the most severe of all the punishments of Imperial China. The bloodthirsty days of the waist chop and the ankle crusher might be distant memories now, but the lasting effects of things like miazhi live on. This punishment claimed entire families and wiped out whole bloodlines permanently. It was essentially an eternal punishment, one that would last for all time. For a society based upon familial honour and legacy, there was no worse fate than this. It's just after midnight on November 5th, 1605. We're in a dilapidated basement, somewhere beneath the Houses of Parliament in Westminster. And for Guido Fawkes, the pressure is rising. The plot has been nearly 2 years in the making, and now the hour is almost at hand. But the noose is tightening, and the king's men are searching the Palace of Westminster. Terrified that the whole thing is about to unravel, Fawkes returns to the dreary desolation of the cellar. He checks that the barrels of gunpowder are still in place. To his relief, everything is where it should be. The whole thing might just work after all. He turns to leave, escaping from the claustrophobic cellar and out into the wind and rain of an autumn evening in London. But there will be no escape. As he makes his getaway, Guy Fawkes stumbles into the waiting arms of Thomas Knivet and his men. He's captured, the barrels of gunpowder are quickly discovered. It's all over. Only, of course, it's not all over, because for Guy Fawkes, the terror has not yet even begun. Over the following days, he will be broken and brutalised as the king's torturers subject him to nightmarish interrogations. And within 3 months, Fawkes' life will be extinguished altogether, and what remains of his body will be systematically destroyed. This is the story of the horrifying end of Guy Fawkes, the man who, very nearly, blew up Parliament, killed the king, and changed the course of British history. Somewhere out there in an alternate universe, London looks quite different. Crossing the Thames from east to west on Westminster Bridge, there is no looming place of Westminster, there is no House of Commons, and there is no Big Ben in its tower. In their place is, well, since this is an alternate universe we're talking about, it could be literally anything. Perhaps an art gallery or a museum, more likely a big Tesco. In our universe, however, this is not the case. The Palace of Westminster is very much still there, still in the place it has been, in one form or another, since 1016. And it's one of the most iconic structures in the entire country. And the reason it's still there, instead of that big Tesco's, is because on November 5th, 1605, Guido Fawkes and his co-conspirators failed in their plan to blow the thing up. It's this failure that gives us the verse that is ingrained in the minds of basically every schoolchild in Britain. Remember, remember, the 5th of November. Gunpowder, treason, and plot. Had Guy Fawkes been successful, the repercussions would have been enormous. At the physical level, the explosion would have wiped out a large portion of central London. Researchers from the University of Wales in Aberystwyth believe that everything within a radius of 40 metres would have been completely destroyed. The shockwaves would have damaged buildings up to 900 metres away, and casualties would have been enormous. At the political level, Fawkes and his fellow plotters wanted to get rid of the Protestant King James and install his daughter, Princess Elizabeth, instead. Elizabeth could then be raised as a Catholic. In practice, this would have caused some serious friction in Britain and would likely have resulted in an all-out conflict. So we would have had a dead king and, most likely, a civil war 40 years ahead of schedule. Of course, Guy Fawkes was not acting alone. He was one of at least 13 main conspirators, each of whom was dead keen to overthrow the Protestant King James. The 35-year-old from York was neither the leader of this outfit, nor was he the mastermind, and yet he is the one that most of us immediately associate with the gunpowder plot. And there's a very good reason for this. Fawkes had been a soldier for 10 years and had fought for the Spanish Habsburg Empire in the Dutch Revolt. He knew all about handling explosives, and so he was the one in charge of the gunpowder. Another good reason for his fame is that Fawkes was the one who was caught red-handed. The plotter's plan itself went something like this. They would lease a cellar, or undercroft, beneath the Palace of Westminster, stuff it full of gunpowder, and then leave Guy Fawkes to light the fuse and escape. From here, they would stage a rebellion in the Midlands, capture Princess Elizabeth, and begin founding their new Catholic regime. The idea that a bunch of random blokes could simply rent a cellar beneath the Houses of Parliament sounds wild today. The early 17th century really was a very different time. Around the Palace of Westminster there were shops, taverns, private lodgings, and all manner of other spaces. The public did not have access to the inner chambers, but they could still get pretty close to the action. This generally wasn't a problem, as most people just went about their business. But in October 1605, something very different was going on. By late October, the plotters had installed 36 barrels of gunpowder in their cellar directly underneath the House of Lords. They must have been quite confident at this point. It looked like there would be a high chance of success. And yet, the plot had grown too broad. There were simply too many people involved, and the previously tight ship had begun to leak. On October 26, 1605, in Hoxton, London, a servant of Lord Monteagle encountered a stranger in the road. The stranger gave the servant a letter and told him to hand it to his master. The letter read the following: "My lord, out of the love I bear to some of your friends, I have a care of your preservation. Therefore I would advise you to devise some excuse to shift your attendance at this Parliament. Retire yourself into your country, where you may expect the event in safety. The letter continued, "For there be no appearance of any stir, yet I say they shall receive a terrible blow this Parliament, and yet they shall not see who hurts them." Lord Monteagle was a member of the House of Lords and was, himself, a Catholic. The anonymous letter came from someone who knew about the plot and clearly wanted to save Catholic lives. Monteagle was instructed to burn the letter, but instead he went to the king. King James was apparently struck by the letter's use of the word blow, which to him suggested some stratagem of fire and powder. James had every right to be concerned. His own father, Lord Darnley, had been killed after the assassins planted gunpowder in the Lord's lodgings at Kirkerfield in 1567. It's believed that the first search took place on Monday, November the 4th. The fact that the plotters had hidden a huge amount of gunpowder directly beneath the House of Lords, and that it still wasn't found immediately, shows us just how complex the Palace of Westminster really was. Although it might just be a testament to the chaotic scene inside the Undercroft, it's also possible the guards entered this on November 4th and even found Guy Fawkes himself there. Fawkes told them he was looking after a pile of firewood for his master, and the guards accepted this weird excuse and left him to it. Over the following hours, though, the guards could not shake the image of this strange man guarding a pile of firewood for seemingly no reason in a dank basement. Something odd was going on. The guards would return to the Undercroft and conduct a more thorough search. In the early hours of November 4th, the guards returned, led by Thomas Knivet. This time, they encountered Guy Fawkes as he was leaving. Fawkes held an iron lantern, which wasn't unusual, but he also carried slow matches, touchwood, and a pocket watch with which to time his fuses. The firewood was thrown aside, and underneath the guards found the gunpowder. There were no excuses, and Fawkes was quickly arrested. In the words of Sir Edward Hoby, "On the 5th of November we began our Parliament, to which the King should have come in person, who refrained through a practice, but that morning discovered. The plot was to have blown up the king at such a time as he should have been sat on his royal throne, accompanied with all his children, nobility, and commoners, and assisted with all bishops, judges, and doctors. The blast would have ruined the whole state and kingdom of England." On arrest, Guy Fawkes had given his name as John Johnson and maintained his innocence, even though he'd basically been caught in the act. He certainly would have expected some rough interrogation, but he might not have expected that he would be tortured. Torturing at this time was actually forbidden unless the king himself called for it. But as the king had come this close to being blasted to smithereens, he certainly did call for it, and a letter from the king, dated November 6th, says, "The gentler tortures are to be first used unto him, et sic per gradus ad immer tenditur." This section in Latin translates to, "and thus by steps extended to the bottom depths." In other words, the torturers had the green light to use whatever tortures they wished on Guy Fawkes. Start with something soft and then get harder and harder and harder. It's likely that Guy Fawkes was first hung by his wrists from manacles attached to the wall in a dreary dungeon beneath the Tower of London. This would have been a pretty awful experience in itself. The soft tissue of the shoulder would have borne much of the strain and would have become stretched and deformed around the joint. The nerves in Fawkes' wrists would have become paralysed. This is possibly the story behind the famous image of Fawkes' two signatures side by side, one written before the torture began and one written afterwards. However, it's likely that the real damage to Fawkes' hands and to his sanity came a bit later. After the hours of suspension, the muscles of the chest wall begin to necrotize due to a lack of oxygen. This would have made even taking a breath quite difficult for Fawkes as he hung in his draughty chamber. It would also have damaged his internal organs as the structure of the abdomen began to break down. But it seems that Guy Fawkes was a tough customer. He began his torture on November 6th and did not sign any confessions, at least not for the first couple of days. By November 7th, however, he had begun to crack. Sir Edward Hoby would say, "Since Johnson's being in the Tower, he beginneth to speak English." Later that day, Fawkes gave his captors his real name. He was not John Johnson at all, but rather Guido Fawkes. His jailers, however, needed more than just these tidbits of information. It's likely that they decided to step things up a notch at this point. Remember that King James had specifically advised them to extend their tortures by steps to the bottom depths. And so Fawkes was strapped into a rack and lay prostrated beneath his tormentors as they got to work. This work involved tightening the rollers at each end of the machine, and with each turn, the arms and legs would be pulled incrementally in opposite directions, putting enormous pressure on the joints of the hips, knees and elbows. Fawkes's shoulders would already have been damaged by his time spent in the manacles, and would have been subjected to yet more agony here. These fragile shoulders would have been points of weakness in Fawkes's brutalised frame. They may have been the first to succumb to the torment. As the rollers were tightened, a series of cracks, pops, and snaps echoed across the walls of the chamber, intermingling with the anguished yells from Guy Fawkes himself. Periodically, the tormentors would ease the strain, not to give Fawkes relief, but instead to prolong his torment and give him the opportunity to confess. We don't know exactly how Guy Fawkes would have felt during his torture, but an English rhyme from the previous century gives us a general idea of the pain involved. The poem goes like this. "'Tis something to lie on a country day, away from the city amid the hay, but another to hark to the cogs' great clack, as they inch by inch do lengthen thy back. Speak then, my friend, utter thy plead, ere thy body breaketh and inward bleed." The agony would have been simply unimaginable, and surely no one would have been able to withstand it for long. Surprisingly, though, it seems that some people did. In 1546, the English writer and Protestant preacher Anne Askew was delivered to the rack and told to name her fellow Protestants. She refused to give up any names and was subjected to horrifying stretching as a result. The stretching went on for quite a while until it was decided that Anne's interrogation was done and she would simply be executed. Anne had to be carried to her place of execution. Her mangled legs and dislocated hips would not bear her weight any more. For Anne, the execution offered no sweet release, though, because she was burned at the stake. It seems Guy Fawkes did crumble under the pressure of the rack, and in time, he did give his torturers the information they wanted. On November 8th, he began to offer up the names of his fellow conspirators. He told them of their plan to put Princess Elizabeth into the seat of power, and the following day, he offered up another name, that of Francis Tresham. Fawkes had been utterly broken, and as a result had given the torturers exactly what they asked of him. Now he would await his fate. On January 27th, 1606, Fawkes and 7 of his co-conspirators went to trial. He pleaded not guilty, even though he'd been caught in the act and had confessed on the rack. All 8 defendants were found guilty. Attorney General Sir Edward Coke then read out a complex and harrowingly specific death sentence, which involved cutting off the genitals and burning them before the prisoners' eyes, as well as the removal of their bowels and hearts. The prisoners would then have their heads chopped off and their bodies sliced into quarters. These body parts would be displayed to the public, where they would, in Coke's words, become prey for the fowls of the air. Coke was keen to cause as much shame and anguish to the condemned men as possible. He informed them that they would be put to death halfway between heaven and earth, as unworthy of both. So, on January 31st, 1606, Guy Fawkes and 3 of his co-conspirators were carried from the Tower of London on wattled hurdles and taken to Westminster. In the old palace yard, in the shadow of the Houses of Parliament, they were put to death. The other 3, Thomas Winter, Ambrose Rookwood, and Robert Keyes, were executed first. The first stage of the execution was partial hanging. The length of the rope was carefully calculated to keep 3 prisoners alive and even conscious during their suffering. Michel Spear, a professor of anatomy at the University of Bristol, tells us what would have happened to the prisoner's body. Professor Spear talks of fracturing and bruising to the hyoid bone that protects the larynx, and of visible hemorrhages in the eyes and face, as the jugular vein is compressed and blood pools in the head. In Spear's own words, because the larynx and trachea are partially obstructed, this makes breathing laboured. Strain on the cervical spine and surrounding muscles in the neck can lead to tearing, muscle spasms, or dislocation of the vertebrae, causing severe pain. Next, the men were cut down, still alive and still aware of what was going on. The The second phase of the execution was drawing, in which the men were disemboweled. As Professor Spear tells us, this would have been agonisingly painful. The abdominal cavity possesses a high concentration of pain receptors, particularly around the membranous lining of the abdomen. When punctured, these pain receptors would have sent intense pain signals to the brain, overwhelming the body's capacity for pain management. The three men would have now entered a state of extreme shock. The massive blood loss may even have killed the condemned men at this point, or at least rendered them unconscious. Professor Spear believes it's unlikely that any of the three men were still alive for the last stage of the execution, which is the quartering. During quartering, the limbs would be removed, they would then be boiled with spices to preserve them, and would be sent to the four corners of the United Kingdom. Guy Fawkes had just watched all of this happen to his friends and co-conspirators, and now it was his turn. But it seems that he had a plan, which would help him escape further torment at the hands of his captors. After asking for forgiveness from the king and from the state, Fawkes made his way to the scaffold. An account from the time tells us what happened next. His body being weak from the torture and sickness, he was scarce able to go up the ladder, yet with much ado, by the help of the hangman, went high enough to break his neck by the fall. So Fawkes had cheated his executioners. He jumped from a height that was enough to kill him, sparing himself the agony of drawing and quartering. Again, Professor Spear is best positioned to tell us what happened here. This probably caused him to suffer a bilateral fracture of his second cervical vertebra, assisted by his own body weight, an injury known as the hangman's fracture. Months of unimaginable agony were at an end. With one last act of ingenuity, Fawkes had given himself a mercifully quick death. It was all, finally, over. Fawkes's body, however, was not spared the hooks and scalpels of the drawers and quarterers, and these processes still happened, with Fawkes' various body parts being displayed around the country as a warning to anyone who might try to follow in his footsteps. But fortunately for Guy, he was no longer in a position to have much of an opinion on this barbarity. Since that day, Guido Fawkes has passed into a peculiar sort of immortality. Every November 5th, there or thereabouts, effigies of Guy Fawkes are burned on bonfires in the United Kingdom. This is supposed to represent the joyful day of deliverance when King James was saved from fiery Armageddon, but nowadays it's largely just an excuse to let off a few fireworks and to set things on fire. Guy himself has been transmuted into a general figure of public anger and hatred. On bonfire night, the Guy is supposed to take pride of place in the centre of the fire, but often the Guy is in fact an effigy of someone else. Effigies of the Burr leader Paul Kruger were burnt during the Anglo-Boer War, while Hitler and Mussolini were popular choices during the Second World War. More recently, Margaret Thatcher, Osama bin Laden, even Liz Truss have found their way onto November's bonfires, even though the latter's tenure as Prime Minister was too short even to include a bonfire night. I might be wrong here, but I think there was more time between Guy Fawkes' imprisonment and his execution than Liz Truss ever had in office anyway. I might be wrong though. Nonetheless, the face of Guy, with his famous haircut and his old-style hat, has become a symbol of rebellion and civil disobedience. The 2005 film V for Vendetta has helped to popularise this image, and members of the hacker group Anonymous also sometimes wear Guy Fawkes masks in this style. In the words of historian Lewis Call, Fawkes has become a major icon in modern political culture, a potentially powerful instrument for the articulation of postmodern anarchism. And the funny thing is that none of this would be true if Guido and the other plotters had actually been successful. If they had, they would be just another chapter in the tumultuous history of Britain during the Stuart period. Instead, Fawkes has achieved quasi-immortality thanks to his glorious failure. Although it's worth remembering that that immortality did not come cheaply, because before he could attain it, he first had to go some of the worst torments imaginable. It's the early 16th century, and you're in a dungeon somewhere beneath the city of Bologna. Your hands are bound, you're strapped tightly to a pole, and your torment is just about to begin. It all starts with a drip. You hear it before you feel it, the faint sound of a water droplet escaping from somewhere above you. Then a pause, maybe half a second, and that drip taps ever so lightly upon your forehead. Is that it? The gentle pressure of water on your skin, the almost imperceptible sound of a droplet forming, falling, and splashing against your forehead. Doesn't seem so bad. Almost pleasant. But then another faint sound, another droplet forms, and then another drip finds its target in the middle of your forehead. And then another, and then another, and then another. This is no leaking pipe, no patch of moisture in a neglected part of the ceiling. It's actually a specially designed process of torture intended to break down your body and mind slowly and incrementally. And they keep coming too, those drips. 12, 2 dozen, and then 50 of the drips have fallen. After this, you lose count. Now the experience is anything but pleasant. Each drop booms inside your cranium like a cannon shot. The thunderous echoes drown out your thoughts until there is only a rolling, rhythmic barrage in your mind. Each tiny impact like a hammer blown upon your head, as if some great bird were pecking at your skull, and soon you feel your head is going to cave in. But even worse than all this is the interminable wait. That slight delay between the sound of the drip and its impact on the top of your head becomes a yawning chasm of anxious anticipation. You cower in your restraints, just waiting for the next soul-destroying drip to land upon your forehead. How long has it been now? Minutes? Hours? Days? You've no idea. Your sense of time and reality has completely broken down. All you do know is this. Those drips aren't stopping unless you give in and give your torturers what they want. Water is a good thing. We need it to survive. Go a day without water and you're going to know about it. Go 2 days without water, things are getting serious. Go 3 and you're likely to die. But as we all know, water can be lethal too. Freezing water leads to fatal hypothermia. Boiling water causes lethal scalding. Waterborne diseases like cholera have killed countless millions throughout human history. It's even possible to die from water toxicity, literally death from drinking too much water. And that's before we've even considered something like drowning. In other words, yes, water is a necessity for life, but it also kills. And for executioners and torturers, this makes water a gift from heaven. From the ducking stools used to interrogate witches to the simulated drownings of Guantanamo Bay, water appears repeatedly in the history of torture and punishment. But what if you want to inflict a more subtle form of suffering? What if you want to draw out the torment of your torture victim for hours or days? This is where water torture comes in, sometimes known as Chinese water torture. This is the process of dripping water on a prisoner's head repeatedly until that prisoner breaks down, both mentally and physically. But how does this torture work exactly, and which devious mind first came up with it? Well, to find out, we need to travel back centuries to the torture chambers of early modern Bologna. That's right, there's nothing Chinese about Chinese water torture. The appellation is a relic of a time when Chinese culture felt alien and otherworldly to Western eyes. Adding the word Chinese to something just made it seem exotic or scary. Instead of East Asia, the first mention of water torture comes from the Italian peninsula in the early 16th century. This is when the lawyer Hippolytus de Marsilis was doing his work. Hippolytus seems to have been a truly fiendish soul. As well as giving lectures and seminars on the law, he liked to devise new and innovative ways of getting people to confess under interrogation. Some of these methods have lasted long into the modern era. One of the things that Hippolytus liked to do was repeat the same set of questions again and again across multiple groups of interrogators. The idea was to bewilder and bemuse suspects into offering a confession. It's not a million miles away from the good cop, bad cop routines that are still used to this day. But Hippolytus also liked to add a physical element to interrogations, and this is where his methods stray even further into the realms of cruel and unusual. Forced marches were common in Bolognese prisons. Prisoners would be taken out into a hallway and then forced to walk up and down for an indefinite period of time. What might start as a fairly simple exercise is going to get pretty torturous after a while, particularly as you have no idea when it's going to end. Hippolytus was also a big advocate of sleep deprivation. Questioning sessions would go on for many hours, and the prisoner would not be permitted to sleep. If they began to doze, the prisoner would be grabbed and shaken back awake, or they may be pricked with a sharp pin. You can probably see a pattern emerging here. Hippolytus's methods involved actions that seem fairly innocuous in isolation, but become truly unbearable when applied over a longer period of time. This leads us neatly to the torture method for which Hippolytus is most famous, the water torture. Supposedly, Hippolytus was out walking one day when he noticed a trickle of water emerging from a spring and dripping rhythmically down onto the rocks below. Each successive water drip made a tiny impact on the rock. The soft pliability of the water was no match for that tough, robust stone, and so the water droplet was destroyed on impact. But on closer inspection, Hippolytus realized something. Yes, it was true that an individual drip had no effect on the stone, but if there were multiple drips, the result was very different. That repeated process of drip after drip after drip after drip over a period of days, weeks, months, and years was gradually wearing the stone down. The erosion left a deep indentation on the surface of the rock. Hippolytus, being a completely normal guy who was not at all psychotic, had a thought. If water can erode something as mighty and unyielding as rock, just imagine what it could do to something soft and weak, like a human skull, or better yet, a human mind. It's a nice story, and it kind of makes sense. This is Renaissance Italy we're talking about here, and if you've seen my video on the strappado method of torture, you'll know that these guys were pretty inventive when it comes to torture. Yes, they produced sublime art and architecture, but there was plenty of cruelty and sadism going on too. But the problem is, unlike with strappado, we don't have any record of the water torture actually happening. Hippolytus does mention the concept in his writing, but doesn't mention any instances of it being used on anyone while he was alive. So, does this mean that water torture was just a legend? Well, not necessarily. A water torture system would have been relatively easy to set up, as you just need a pole, some restraints, and a container for the water. It's much less complex and labour-intensive than the strappado, so it's easy to imagine the Bolognese authorities putting it to work. What's more, it probably did actually do the job. If your objective was to make your prisoner lose his or her mind without actually killing them, then this was a good way to go about it. Though we don't have any specific records of the torture from 16th century Bologna, we do have more recent records from people who have tried the process out for themselves, and it seems to be effective. In a 2005 episode of the American TV show Mythbusters, the team sought to discover the true nature of water torture. Hosts Carrie Bryan and Adam Savage were both subjected to the torture, but in different ways. Carrie was strapped to a rack while the water dropped onto her head, while Adam was permitted to sit upright and was not restrained. During the process, Carrie Bryan encountered significant physical and psychological effects. She reported feeling extremely claustrophobic and experienced severe shoulder spasms, eventually tapping out just before the 2-hour mark. The unrestrained Adam Savage fared rather better. He was able to endure the process for more than 3 hours and did not report the same feelings as Carrie did. However, he did say the torture was extremely uncomfortable. Obviously, the Mythbusters episode is a piece of edutainment. It wasn't conducted in a particularly scientific way and featured only 2 participants. But it does give us an indication of how the water torture would work. The Mythbusters team concluded that the restraints and shackles were as much a part of the torture as the water drip itself. The restrained Byron suffered much worse than the unrestrained Adam Savage, and they hypothesized that the impossibility of escape heightened the maddening effects of the torture. However, they did say that they did not want to push the experiments further, even without the restraints. The 2 hosts were shaken by the experience and concluded the torture certainly could work, and that was enough for them. After recording the episode, Savage received a peculiar email from a fan. This fan, it transpired, was an enthusiastic amateur mythbuster themselves. Savage remembered the eerie content of the email. The writer said that water torture was most effective when the drops were randomized rather than rhythmic. Basically, the Mythbuster fan believed the humans have a habit of tuning into rhythms and patterns and then growing comfortable with these patterns over time. A repeated, rhythmic process of drips could eventually turn into something meditative, even soothing. But if you couldn't predict when the next drop was going to come, this was when the emailer believed you would tip into madness. The email continued. With randomized drips, we found we were able to induce a psychotic break within 20 hours. In a different context, this would have been some nice research from the anonymous emailer and does offer some interesting findings. But in the context of torture, it's pretty disturbing. How did the emailer know about a psychotic break? Who were they doing their 20-hour experiments on, and what became of the poor test subject afterwards? Adam Savage was certainly rattled by his own experience with the water torture and by the interaction with the fan after the episode aired. In 2025, Savage admitted that the team had been naive about making an episode on historical torture methods. In his own words, "Torture is the structured harming of human beings by human beings. There is nothing worse than this. We all regretted making that episode. I wouldn't want to go towards that story today." Despite the unsettling experiences of the Mythbusters team, other people have also subjected themselves to the water torture treatment in the years after the episode aired. In 2012, the Australian artist Lottie Consalvo created a piece of performance art. For 7 hours, she lay on a bed in a Sydney art gallery while dark-coloured water dripped onto her forehead from above. The water represented the dark matter of the mind and the anxiety and sleeplessness Consalvo experienced after losing her sister to suicide. Just a couple of hours into the process, it seems the torture was already proving effective. Consalvo's mental state began to break down. She reported feeling that her deceased sister was laying next to her on the bed and believed that the torture had caused some kind of psychosis within her. The experience was an understandably intense one for Lottie, although she did report that some parts of the process were beautiful rather than torturous. She told SBS News shortly after she'd finished her performance, "I went through stages of total discomfort, and then I went to this beautiful place at one stage where the drops were going on my head, really cold, and then falling onto my eye and warming up in there, and then dripping down the side of my face like a tear. It felt like I was crying." Lottie Consalvo's artistic work is interesting. She described how each drop reverberated against her head like a boom, and there's certainly a suggestion that the torture carries deep psychological and physical implications. But her process is a work of art and was not carried out under scientific conditions. There's also the trauma of Lottie's tragic loss to consider, which is likely to have impacted her own psychology during the process. However, her report of being transported to a beautiful place is a bit of a curveball. For Lottie, it seems like the process had a few positive effects as well as the negative ones. In fact, these positive effects are not wholly surprising. They actually reflect some of the historical applications of water drip procedures in controlled conditions. In 2015, the criminologist and sociologist Mary de Young authored a book on processes and procedures used in European asylums between 1750s and the 1950s. In this book, the dripping machine is not listed as a torture at all, but rather as a therapy. De Young describes the machine as a bucket positioned above the restrained and often blindfolded patient that slowly and steadily dripped cold water on a single spot on the forehead. The machine was used in French and German asylums in the 19th century. The idea was that the persistent dripping could treat people with nervous headaches or insomnia, both of which were thought to have been caused by congestion of the blood. However, de Young does recognise that not everyone viewed the dripping machine as therapeutic. In some instances, it could be torturous, particularly over long periods of time. At an asylum in Poltava in the Russian Empire, de Young records how, quote, "the 20 patients who slept on straw-covered floors were daily subjected to the dripping machine more as punishment than for therapy." It seems that, other than a few isolated cases in asylums in France and Germany, this kind of treatment wasn't really supposed to be therapeutic, but was instead designed to be torturous as a method of discipline. Other examples from the 19th century certainly display this punishing, damaging side. In the United States, for example, water might be poured over convicts as a form of punishment, particularly after rioting or disorder within a prison. A wood engraving published in a newspaper in 1869 shows a convict at Sing Sing prison in New York, stripped to the waist, with a deluge of water being poured over him. This is far from the nagging drip of water, it's a total inundation. Rather than incrementally driving the prisoner crazy, this treatment seems more likely to bring about hypothermia or inhibit the convict's breathing. The caption rather dramatically states that the convict died during this treatment. However, the caption doesn't actually name the convict, so we can't confirm the outcome. Other examples of the water torture are found at Hohenschönhausen in Berlin. During the partition of Germany after 1949, Hohenschönhausen was the eastern sector of the city and was used as a prison by the Stasi state security group from 1951 onwards. The prison was essentially a black site. It did not exist on official maps, nor on official records, and its location within a large restricted area meant no one knew what was going on behind its walls. As the prison was kept secret, it wasn't taken over by demonstrators in the days following the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. It's hard to take something by force if you don't even know it exists. This gave the East German authorities plenty of time to destroy their own records and the manuals of torture and punishment they used across almost 40 years of operation at the prison. The records we do have come from the prisoners themselves. They say water-dripping torture was one of the methods that the Stasi used in this prison, eroding the prisoners' psychological well-being in the same way that Hippolytus witnessed the water eroding the rock some 5 years earlier. Today the prison is a museum and a memorial to the horrors that once took place within its walls. Reproductions of torture devices, including the water-dripping machine, give visitors an idea of what life must have been like at the site. It also appears that water was used in other ways there too. Prisoner testimony suggests that cells would be flooded with water, preventing prisoners from lying down or resting on the floor. Similar records of this kind of treatment are found at Bautzen prison in Saxony, another place where the Stasi processed their political prisoners. At Bautzen, cells were said to be filled with much higher levels of water, so that the prisoner was almost completely submerged. One prisoner remembered having to stand on tiptoes in the water and push his head back to keep his nostrils out of the water. This was the only way he could avoid drowning. It's not exactly drip torture, but it does show another of the many ways that torturers can use water to torment their victims. Overall, water torture has a peculiar history. On the one hand, it seems like the torture was probably used to great effect in the dungeons and cells of Renaissance Bologna, and even had a resurgence in the 19th and 20th centuries. More recent experiments suggest it is effective and can seriously damage the prisoner's mind and body. On the other hand, it seems that water drips were sometimes used as a therapy. We don't know whether those French and German experiments with drip treatment were successful, but it's possible that rhythmic dripping over a short period of time might be quite therapeutic. Lottie Consalvo experienced this herself. Her artistic experiments sound pretty harrowing, but the dripping water may have helped her process some of the grief she experienced after losing her sister. I think that what we're dealing with here is a case of therapy multiplied by time equals torture. It's the concept of too much being a good thing, or the poison being in the dosage. Take walking, for example. A stroll around the park is going to have all sorts of mental and physical health benefits. But if someone is forcing you to walk for 15 hours straight and threatening to shoot you if you stop for a break, it's probably not going to be much fun. In the wrong hands, the dripping machine becomes truly nightmarish. Whether those hands belong to the judiciary of 16th century Bologna, the interrogators of the East German Stasi, or the wardens and governors of Sing Sing prison, it doesn't really matter. In all instances, you're going to have a really bad time. It's May 16th, 1879. We're in Provo in Utah Territory, where Wallace Wilkerson is staring death right in the face. He's already shooed away the offer of restraints and says there's no need for a blindfold. He will sit unbound in his chair and meet his end with open eyes. I give you my word, he says. I intend to die like a man, looking my executioners right in the eye. His jailers consider this all a little irregular, but it's the last wish of a dying man, and anyway, what harm could it really do? They agree to Wilkerson's requests. He'll be unrestrained for his execution. As they pin their paper target to Wilkerson's chest, the condemned man yells out once again and says, "Aim for my heart, Marshal." But it's not actually the Marshal who'll be doing the shooting. Instead, 30 feet away from Wilkerson, hidden in a shed, a row of riflemen are preparing for the task, and it is they who will dispatch Wilkerson from this mortal coil. And then, it's time. As the rifles bristle from the shed opposite him, Wilkerson's demeanour suddenly changes. He appears nervous, agitated. When the Marshal begins his count, the man's resolve begins to fail. 3, 2, 1. And then Wilkerson loses his nerve completely. At the last second, the condemned man flinches, his body tenses, and as the shots ring out with no restraints to hold him down, Wilkerson lurches far to his left. The hail of bullets rips into the man's side, tearing through his chest and shattering his arm. The unbound Wilkerson leaps to his feet and cries out, "Oh my God." As blood pours from the hole where the right half of his body used to be, he exclaims, "They've missed it. It was supposed to be quick. It was supposed to be almost painless, but now it's anything but." Wilkerson drops to the floor and writhes upon the earth, gasping for breath. His final minutes of life are now consumed in a blinding explosion of pain. So now what? A team of doctors leap to the man's aid, but what are they supposed to do? They can't exactly save his life. After all, the man is slated to die. He's not supposed to survive this. The prison officials huddle together and wonder if they're going to have to shoot him again, but they needn't have worried. 27 minutes after the bullets tore into his chest, Wilkerson is dead. He's gulped down his last lungful of air and is gone out in a truly grotesque manner. The neat and quick method of the firing squad, designed to end a prisoner's life with military-style dignity, has descended into a bloody, tragic farce. Today, we return to our ongoing series on the hideous array of execution methods employed by the United States Department of Corrections. And for this video, it's time for the firing squad to get its turn under the spotlight. And as usual, this supposedly humane method of execution is probably quite a bit more gruesome than you'd realised. It's not actually that easy to trace the history of execution by firing squad. The method is just too simple. There's no need to devise a concoction of chemicals. There's no need to invent a special machine, although someone did actually try to do this, as we'll see later on. Instead, you just need a man, a gun, and a patch of earth. And so for as long as soldiers have been carrying guns, soldiers have been using these guns to execute military prisoners. The firing squad is almost as old as gunpowder itself. But in a civilian context, we do have a starting point. Back in the autumn of 1607, a blacksmith by the name of James Reed got himself into a spot of bother in the fledgling Virginia colony at Jamestown. He stood accused of trying to punch another member of the colony. This doesn't sound like such a heinous crime in itself, but Reed hadn't just been swinging his fists at anyone, he'd been swinging his fists at the president of the Virginia Council, John Ratcliffe. Reed was sentenced to hang, but right at the last moment, he gave the council the information that saved his life and told them that a man named George Kendall was plotting to overthrow the council president. Kendall had previously been a member of the Virginia Council, but he'd fallen out of favour with John Ratcliffe. According to the historian Frank E. Grizzard, Kendall was voted off the council, arrested, and confined. So George Kendall was a really easy target for Ratcliffe, and what's more, he was already in custody. So Reed was promptly released, and Kendall replaced him on the scaffold. But Kendall was not hanged, he wasn't a commoner like Reed, and so he would be afforded a more dignified end. In his Discourse of Virginia, Edward Marriott Wingfield states, quote, "Mr. Kendall was executed, being shot to death for a mutiny." It's possible that he was also charged with treason. The Irishman Francisco Maguel was present at the colony at the time and said Kendall was executed because he had tried to get to Spain in order to reveal to His Majesty all about this country and many plans of the English. Whatever the reason, Kendall was executed on December 1st, 1608, and this makes him the first person to be executed in British North America, and probably the first civilian executed by firing squad anywhere in the world. Perhaps due to its association with the military, firing squads have never been a particularly common method of execution in the United States. In fact, since the nation was founded in 1776, just 145 civilians have been put to death by firing squad in the US. In contrast, the lethal injection killed 1,428 people between 1976 and 2025 alone. Despite having a 200-year head start, the firing squad has still killed only 1% of the total the lethal injection has. Like lethal injection, though, the firing squad is supposed to be more humane than the alternatives, i.e. it's supposed to be a less traumatic way to die when compared to, say, hanging or electrocution, as the Deseret News editorialized in 1878. There is something barbarous in the idea of strangling a man to death like a dog. There is no need to inflict that punishment in a savage or repulsive manner. The demands of justice can just as well be subserved by sending a bullet into a murderer's breast as by choking the life out of him with a rope. Whether or not the firing squad is truly any more humane is up for debate, but scientists have at least tried to get to the bottom of this, examining what actually happens to a prisoner when they are shot to death. On September 24, 1938, John W. Deering was sentenced to death for the murder of the real estate businessman Oliver R. Meredith Jr. in Salt Lake City in Utah. Rather than be hanged, Deering requested that he face the firing squad instead, and face it he did on Halloween of 1938. As a final gift to the world, Deering allowed doctors to monitor his heart during the execution, including up to, during, and after the bullet striking him. Deering seemed pleased to be able to provide this service, and he thanked the warden at Utah's Sugar House prison for the good treatment he'd received while in custody. Then he spoke his last words. "Goodbye and good luck. Okay, let it go." Despite his murderous past, Deering sounds like a fairly cheerful fellow, and many of those who met with him or observed his execution believed he had made his peace and was ready to die. But it was all an act. He'd already stated that he was going to put on a brave face and mask his true feelings. During his final meal, he'd said, "From here on, I've got to be an actor. Nobody must know what goes on inside of me." Which is something of an ironic quote for a man literally wearing a heart monitor to his execution. That heart monitor told the whole truth of Deering's feelings. When the man was led out into the execution yard, his heart rate was only around 72 beats per minute, but when he was strapped into the chair, it leapt to more than 180. As the prison doctor noted, he put on a good front. The electrocardiograph film shows that his bold demeanor hid the actual emotions pounding within him. He was scared to death. But it wasn't fear that was going to kill Deering's that morning. The riflemen took up their positions and awaited the call. Then at 6:46 a.m. they opened fire. The monitor picked up the impact of the bullets and their immediate, catastrophic aftermath. The reading found that Deering's heart spasmed for about 4 seconds after it was hit and kept on beating for another 11 seconds after that. The monitor recorded the heart's final response at 15.6 seconds. But Deering was still breathing in his chair even after this point and kept on struggling against his restraints until almost a minute had passed. His heart had been stopped for more than 2 minutes before he was finally pronounced dead. He'd recently turned 40 years old, and in the run-up to his execution, Deering had said, "I'm going out there and will prove that those guys who said life begins at 40 are cockeyed liars." So, the experiment with Deering gives us some interesting conclusions. Death does come fairly quickly from a firing squad. We're talking a few seconds, perhaps at most a couple of minutes. But death is also not instantaneous. The prisoner does survive, at least for a time, after the initial impact. Life may not have begun at 40 for Deering, but death did not begin the moment he got shot either. His heart kept on beating for several seconds, and the suffering continued for more than a minute. And this is an example of what happens when the execution goes to plan. In some cases, the execution does not exactly go to plan. We began this video with a look at the death of Wallace Wilkerson, probably the most notorious civilian execution by firing squad in United States history. Wilkerson was born in Quincy, Illinois, around 1834 and worked as a stockman, a horsebreaker, and a drummer in the army at various points over his short life. By June of 1877, he was living in the Tintic district of Eureka, Utah, where he worked with his brothers. When he wasn't working, he was drinking and gambling. Neither of these pastimes are particularly recommended, and for a man like Wilkerson, trouble was never far behind. While indulging in these hobbies, on June 11, 1877, Wilkerson ended up arguing with an acquaintance named William Baxter. Wilkerson apparently shot Baxter twice in the head before fleeing the scene. As the two men had had run-ins in the past, it didn't look great for Wilkerson, and the court decided that Wilkerson had committed premeditated murder. He was sentenced to death on November 28th. Like Deering, he chose the firing squad over hanging, but unlike Deering, Wilkerson had a third option: decapitation. Decapitation is perhaps the least known of all methods of execution in the United States. It's only ever been legal in Utah, and even there it was only applied between 1851 and 1888. It was also never the primary form of execution in the territory, and was simply an option available to condemned prisoners. No prisoner ever chose to have their head chopped off, and Wilkerson was no exception. So, this is how Wilkerson found himself in front of the firing squad, but why exactly did the execution go so wrong? Well, you could argue that it was all Wilkerson's fault. He'd decided to test his masculinity by foregoing a blindfold and any restraints, and this had gone badly. It turns out that staring down a row of riflemen is easier said than done, and when the guns are drawn on you, your body tends to respond automatically. Of course, there's a stronger case to be made that it was the authorities who messed up. Just because Wilkerson requested to be executed in this way didn't mean they actually had to let him go through with it. The result, as we know, was really gruesome. Wilkerson took 27 minutes to die, and the man groaned and screamed and yelled as he expired. The grim execution of Wilkerson is a clear example of how these things can go very, very wrong indeed. But surely this is a isolated incident, right? Surely as long as the blindfold is applied and as long as the restraints are properly fastened, this kind of tragic farce simply isn't gonna happen. Well, don't count on that. The thing about the firing squad that's a little different to most other methods of execution is that while there's certainly an art to setting up the electric chair or measuring out the right dose of poison, these are not really skill-based methods. For the firing squad, you need people who can operate a firearm and also aim it at the target in an effective way. Members of a firing squad are all highly trained, but even the most well-trained individuals sometimes make mistakes, and sometimes they miss. Not too much is known about Eliseo J. Mares. The St. Petersburg Times called him a chubby ex-sailor and also a former Air Force soldier. They also stated that he was the son of a sheriff's deputy in Antonito, Colorado. Other than that, details are pretty scant. But what we do know is that in 1946, an 18-year-old Mares got into an altercation with another sailor, a man named Jack D. Stallings. Stallings had been driving from Ohio to San Jose in California and was planning to marry his high school sweetheart. He pulled over to give Mares a lift and then, well, who knows what happened. Mares stated that Stallings had attacked him and so he'd pulled a gun and shot him in self-defense. The jury, though, was having none of it, and they believed the prosecution's tale that Mares had been the aggressor and he'd murdered the innocent Stallings, so now Mares had to die. But he'd have to wait a while for his execution date, because by the time Mares faced the firing squad at the Point of the Mountain State Prison in Utah, he was 24 years old. While this doesn't seem like so long these days, it was a heck of a long time to be on death row back in the 1940s and 50s. But 1951, Mares seemed keen to get the whole thing over and done with, and he told reporters that he'd waited 5 long years. And so Mares was the first prisoner to be put to death at Point of the Mountain. He would face the firing squad at the new facility, and surely the whole thing would be over nice and swiftly. But this is not how it went down. Like Wilkerson, Mares wanted to face death head-on, and while he did accept the blindfold and restraints, he turned down the sedatives he was offered. Instead, he decided to use some of his last breaths on Earth to offer up his corneas for donation to, and I'm quoting here, some blind person. This actually isn't such a strange request. When the murderer Gary Gilmore was put to death by firing squad in 1977, 2 people received cornea transplants from his corpse that same day. This is one of the reasons that civilian firing squads tend to aim for the prisoner's heart rather than their face. They want to preserve any organs that can be used as a transplant, and they probably want to make the spectacle appear as humane as possible. Anyway, back in 1951, it was finally time. Mares was led to his seat, while a line of 5 riflemen stood 20 feet away, hidden by a large canvas sheet. The St. Petersburg Times paints a pretty vivid picture of the scene. The report talks of a sparse room made of wood and concrete, and a thin-legged office-type chair 6 inches off the dirty floor. Behind Mares, the authorities had set up a wooden backstop padded with sawdust, and this was intended to stop any bullets that passed through the prisoner. Mares himself was covered by a black leather hood, and he gripped a crucifix tightly in his hands. According to a reporter from the Times, 2 spotlights shone on the broad-shouldered slayer. The room was busy. Even as the countdown began, some 50 officers and reporters hovered nearby. At the signal, 3 of the riflemen fired, then the 4th fired, then the 5th. One of these bullets was a blank, but the riflemen did not know which one. The first 4 shots missed,
Only the fifth bullet struck Mares, and it hit him 6 inches below the target on his chest. The result was an agonizing and ultimately fatal injury, but one which did not immediately bring death. The reporter from the St. Petersburg Times spoke of moans and heavy breathing which chilled execution witnesses in the cold, grey dawn after the shot echoes had ceased. The crucifix had fallen from his hand. Mares lay gasping and moaning for 4 minutes after the first shot struck him. The prison chaplain, Joseph Morton, cradled Mares' head in his arms as the young man died. Mares' death was another slow, laboured, painful execution by firing squad in Utah. Even the prison guards themselves called it sloppy. We've seen the system that the prison officials used. They deployed 5 riflemen armed with 4 live cartridges and 1 blank. This meant that the shooters would not know if they were the one to fire the fatal bullet. This would have made it a little easier for the members of the firing squad once the deceased had been killed. There was an element of plausible deniability for each of the shooters. Perhaps they wouldn't lie awake at night, agonizing over what they had done. Except, of course, this is not how the whole thing had transpired. 4 of the shooters missed, so the 5th shooter knew that he was definitely the man who killed Mares. But why did they miss? After all, they were only 20 feet away and they were well-trained marksmen, so what actually made them miss their mark? Some researchers have said that they missed on purpose, either to prolong the suffering of Mares, or simply to spare their own guilt at having dealt the final blow. In either instance, it's not really fair to play around with the last moments of another human being like this, and it begs a serious question. With so many complex emotions at play for the firing squad participants, what's it really like to be one of the shooters? The obvious answer is that the men have been carefully selected and will have volunteered for their role, so there'll be a sense of duty involved. They may have the idea that they're doing the right thing. This may assuage some of the guilt around pulling the trigger and ending the life of another human being. It might assuage some of this guilt, but probably not all of it. The shooters will still have to deal with the fact that they have ended someone's life. Even the possibility that they did not fire a live round, or that their own bullet was not the one that killed the prisoner, is not going to be enough. This is still going to be a traumatizing experience. We know that this is the case because in some instances, marksmen have actually turned down the chance to serve on a firing squad. When Andrew Mikovich was sentenced to death in Nevada in 1912, state authorities were simply not able to find 5 men to act as a firing squad. Rather than force unwilling men into performing this macabre task, prison authorities commissioned a new machine that would do the job for them. A nearby foundry crafted a hulking framework which weighed 450 kilograms. Into this frame were set 3 rifles operated with strings. There were 3 strings altogether, and when these strings were cut, the rifles would fire automatically. One of the rifles carried a blank cartridge, while the other 2 were loaded with live ammo. However, 2 of these strings were duds. The operators of the machine would not know which rifle had killed Mikovich, nor which string had done the deed. There was an extra level of separation involved. This would hopefully make the experience less harrowing for all involved, although probably not for the prisoner. Despite these measures, this was still a disturbing contraption. When the vast death machine was delivered to Nevada State Prison, the chief warden was appalled by it and promptly resigned. The state quickly appointed former Nevada Governor Denver S. Dickerson in his place, and the execution went ahead. Mikovich did not wear a blindfold and went bravely to his end. He thanked Dickerson personally for his kindness, even though the warden had only been in his position for a few days. Mikovich's last words were, "I die like a soldier." Although, in fact, the manner of his death was one that no one had ever encountered before. Though the machine was largely untested, it seemed to do the job. Mikovich died quickly, and both of the live rounds had struck his heart. Dickerson would later say, "Executions by shooting are a trifle less barbarous than by hanging, and have the further merit of eliminating many of the possibilities of bungling." But Nevada's experiment with the shooting machine did not catch on. It was never used again, and was instead placed in storage. The machine may have claimed other lives, however. In 1942, it was donated to the armed forces for use in manufacturing weapons and ordnance for the Second World War. We don't know what the metal from the shooting machine was used for, but there's a good chance it began a second life serving in the Pacific. All of the examples we've looked at up to now have been pretty old, and this suggests that the firing squad is a relic from the past, something that was once used but isn't used anymore. But this just isn't true. Since the death penalty was reinstated in the United States in 1976, there's been more than 1,600 executions, and 6 of these have come via firing squad. For a while, it seemed like the execution of Ronnie Lee Gardner in 2010 would be the last one. Since then, no state in the Union has sent a man to his death in front of the firing squad until 2025. Brad Sigmund was executed by firing squad on March 7th, 2025 in South Carolina. He became the first man in 15 years to be executed in this manner in the United States. But our last story today comes just 5 weeks after this, when South Carolina executed Michael Maddey. And, as you shall see, even modern firing squad executions can be horrific events. Maddey was 42 years old and was originally from Virginia, but in 2004 he engaged in something of an interstate crime spree, murdering a convenience store clerk named Christopher Boggs in North Carolina and then heading south. It seemed that Maddey held a specific grudge against a police officer in South Carolina. James Myers had arrested Maddey years earlier when he was still a teenager, and Maddey had never forgotten this. 3 days after killing Boggs, Maddey found the off-duty Myers and shot him 8 times and then burned the police officer's body. This was enough, and he'd get the death penalty for that offence. South Carolina had previously used the lethal injection to dispatch their condemned prisoners, but this was proving a problem. State authorities simply couldn't find a company who could provide the drugs they needed. So they had a choice: either give up on executions altogether or find a different method. Of course, they found a different method. Prisoners would be given the choice between the electric chair and the firing squad. Maddey wasn't over the moon with either option and appealed on the grounds of cruel and unusual punishment. His appeal failed, and he decided the firing squad was the lesser of the 2 evils. Maddey's death was, again, not instantaneous. A volley of 3 shots smashed into his chest. 1 struck the bullseye target that had been set over the man's heart. This target was then dragged by the bullet as it passed into his body, entering the wound that had opened up in his chest. But despite hitting the target, it seems the bullet did not kill Maddey immediately. Instead, he screamed and tossed up his arms in shock. Then he began to groan in pain and kept on groaning for 45 seconds. From then on, he fell largely silent but continued breathing for another minute and a half. Eventually, 3 or 4 minutes after he'd been struck, he took one last big gulp of air and expired. The autopsy showed that he'd only been struck twice and that the other of the bullets had missed. Neither of the bullets that had hit him struck his heart. David Weiss had served as Maddey's lawyer, and he was a witness to the execution that day. He called it barbaric and a horrifying act that belongs in the darkest chapters of history, not in a civilized society. Barbaric? Maybe. Horrifying? Probably. Uncivilized? Yes. Deserved? That's up to you. But the days of the firing squad are not yet over. The vast majority of firing squad executions in the US have taken place in Utah, and the method is still on the state statute books. There are 3 inmates currently on death row in the state as of February 2026. South Carolina has permitted execution by firing squad since 2021, and as we've just seen, they're not afraid to use it. Both Mississippi and Oklahoma have elected to use the firing squad if other methods are not available. Meanwhile, Idaho is the only state to use the firing squad as its primary execution method. That means that 5 states still use the firing squad, and right now there are 96 death row inmates who may find themselves facing down a line of riflemen. For all the talk of humanity and avoiding barbarous methods like the chair or hanging, the firing squad is still a brutal form of execution. This is certainly true for the person on the receiving end, but let's remember it's also true for the people who have to carry it out. And often its usage has nothing to do with humanity or a merciful death. It is used simply because states do not have the resources to deploy other methods. The resurgence of the firing squad is driven largely by the fact that pharmaceutical companies are now refusing to allow their products to be used in lethal injections. This is fair enough, and in my view, it's the correct moral stance to take. And if you're not convinced of that, I'd love for you to watch my video on the lethal injection, because it is grim. In any case, failure to procure the drugs necessary for the lethal injection does not result in an end to executions. Instead, it simply leads state authorities to pick another method, often with grotesque consequences. It's just after 10 a.m. on January 21st, 1793. We're at the Place de la Révolution in Paris. The deposed king, Louis XVI, is about to die, but before he does, he offers his final words to the assembled masses. "I die innocent of all crimes laid to my charge," the former monarch says. "I pardon those who have occasioned my death, and I pray to God the blood you are going to shed may never be visited on France." But the crowds aren't interested. The thundering of drums drowns out Louis's final words. There's no more time for pronouncements, so Louis is led to the bascule, where he will be strapped down, ready for his final moments. At least, Louis thinks, there's no nervous axeman to mess it up. There'll be no slip of the blade, no clumsy-handed hacking and slashing like they used to do in England in centuries gone by. That's just not the way the French do things. The French have a machine for this kind of task, and it gets the job done quickly. Some even say it's painless. At least, he thinks, they will allow me that final dignity. And he takes some comfort in the fact that nothing can go wrong. Surely. Today, we're examining the grisly history of execution by beheading. In particular, we're looking at the times when beheadings went very wrong indeed. But first, a quick word from our sponsor. You see, beheadings, and executions in general, are a business. And just like any business, it pays to be efficient. Oftentimes, though, that's easier said than done. If you run a business online, you probably know the feeling. One tool for email marketing, another for funnels, another for automations, another for client management. And somehow, none of them properly talk to each other. That's exactly what High Level was built to fix. High Level brings everything together into one platform. Your funnels, CRM automations, lead capture, follow-up, pipeline management, all connected in one system. So, instead of wasting time duct taping software together, you can actually focus on growing your business. Whether you're running a brand, an agency, or creating content online, High Level helps you automate repetitive work, manage leads properly, and build systems that actually scale. And the difference is huge. Less chaos, fewer missed opportunities, more consistency. If you want to see what your business looks like when everything runs in one place, you can start a completely free 30-day trial with High Level using the link in the description below. With that said, let's get back to the video. So, if you sentence someone to death, you want to make sure they're dead. And what better way to achieve this than by literally removing their head from their shoulders. Throughout history, we find examples of judicial beheadings, the process by which the state kills the condemned by chopping off their head. Decapitation is a remarkably messy way to go, though. The process severs both the jugular vein and the common carotid artery, resulting in massive and spectacular blood loss. But it is also swift, or at least it's supposed to be. As long as everything goes to plan, it could be considered a fairly humane way to end a prisoner's life, especially when we think of the alternative methods. Frances Larson has written an entire book on this subject, and she argues that there are both upsides and downsides to the process. Larson says, decapitation is faster and more predictable than death by hanging, lethal injection, electric shock, or gassing, but the spectacle is too grim for our sensibilities. However, it's only faster and more predictable in certain circumstances. For example, it will only be quick and predictable when the authorities are actively trying to make it quick and predictable. If we look at feudal Japan, we'll see that this was not always the case. Sugitani Zenjubo was a master gunner living in 16th century Japan. In June of 1573, Zenjubo decided to use his skills to assassinate the shogun, Oba Nobunaga. Zenjubo hid high in the mountains and waited for the shogun to pass along the road below. When Nobunaga sidled into view, Zenjubo fired twice. But this is the 16th century we're talking about. There were no sniper rifles in the way that we think of them today. Zenjubo was wielding a troublesome arquebus firearm, and even a sniper of his caliber could not account for the unruliness of his weapon. Nobunaga was struck, but it was just a flesh wound. Zenjubo was captured, and he would receive a rather worse wound for his troubles. A pit was dug for Zenjubo, and he was buried upright by the side of the road, and there he was left. But he wasn't left alone. By the side of his exposed head, a blunt-edged saw lay upon the ground. Passers-by were encouraged to saw away at Zengibal's neck, not too much though, just enough to slice into the flesh and leave the gunner alive. The next passerby would then be encouraged to take up the baton and add a few more incisions to Zengibal's sorry gullet. Until, of course, finally, the wretched soul expired in the dust. Zengibal's beheading was neither quick nor predictable, and this was kind of the whole point. Usually, though, beheadings were supposed to be rather more dignified affairs. That's why they were often saved for people of noble birth, people for whom hanging or burning was simply considered too grubby. And if the process was going to be dignified, then it also had to be swift. There was no room for error. A skilled axeman or swordsman could remove a head in one rapid swipe. At least that's how it worked in theory. In practice, it was often a very different story. Margaret Pole came from good stock, albeit defeated stock. She was a Plantagenet and a niece of both Edward IV and Richard III. In other words, she had royal blood. But the late 15th century was a tumultuous time for England, and after her family's fall at the Battle of Bosworth Field in 1485, things were looking pretty shaky for Margaret. The Tudor king, Henry VII, decided to marry the 14-year-old off to his cousin, Sir Richard Pole. This lowly union was intended to put Margaret in her place. But instead it was merely the lowest ebb of her young life. It was all uphill from here, at least for a while. Under Henry VII's successor, Henry VIII, things began to improve for Margaret. She was permitted to become Countess of Salisbury and was even made godmother to the king's daughter, Mary. It seems Henry VIII was fond of Margaret, but as we all know, the king's favour was a fickle thing. Plenty of people who enjoyed the love and trust of Henry would die by his hand further down the line. Margaret's own downfall is made all the more poignant by the fact that she'd done absolutely nothing wrong. Her undoing was authored by the words and actions of those around her. After Henry divorced Catherine of Aragon and married Anne Boleyn, the Spanish ambassador, Eustace Chapuis, advised the king to place Mary in the care of her godmother. Henry did not take kindly to being told what to do and roared that Margaret was a fool of no experience. Margaret's son, Reginald, then decided to stick his own beak in. He wrote to the king and criticised him for all the strife that his divorce from Catherine had caused. Margaret denounced her son and his words, but she was still arrested. At her interrogation, the Countess remained resolute. William Fitzwilliam noted, "We suppose that there hath not been seen or heard a woman so earnest in her countenance, manly in continuance, and so precise as well in gesture or in words." But her resolve, in the face of what must have been a pretty dire situation, was not enough. Margaret was imprisoned in the Tower of London in 1539. At first, life was pretty good for the Countess in the luxurious confines of her cell, but by May 1541, King Henry had grown tired of Margaret and decided that she must be beheaded, and that this sentence must be carried out within the month. In her final days, Margaret is believed to have scrawled a death poem into the wall of her cell, and it reads thusly: "For traitors on the block should die. I am no traitor, no, not I. My faithfulness stands fast, and so towards the block I shall not go, nor make one step, as you shall see. Christ, in thy mercy, save thou me." Whether Christ in his mercy did indeed save Margaret Pole, we can't know, but we do know this: he didn't save her fast enough. On May 27th, 1541, the 67-year-old Countess went to the block. Margaret was, by now, frail. Some historians believe she may have been suffering from dementia. It seems a horribly cruel fate for a woman who has done, let's remember, nothing wrong. But at least it should have been over quickly for her, and she wouldn't have to suffer. Unfortunately, though, history doesn't work according to shoulds and should-nots. There are several different accounts of Margaret's end, and each is a little different from the other. They all agree on two things, though. It was not over quickly, and the Countess did indeed suffer. The ambassador, Chapuis, witnessed the execution. He described how the chief executioner was unavailable, and the grim task fell to someone far less experienced. In Chapuis's words, the execution was carried out by, quote, "a wretched and blundering youth who hacked her head and shoulders to pieces in the most pitiful manner." Another account suggests that the horrific nature of the execution was not the executioner's fault. Instead, Margaret refused to lay her head down on the block, saying, "So should traitors do, and I am none." She was said to have repeatedly turned her head and neck away from the executioner's blade. The axeman then struck her wriggling form several times, slashing her around the shoulders and cutting her flesh and sinew to ribbons. Finally, he struck the blow that removed the Countess's head and ended her suffering. A third account states that the elderly Margaret broke free of her captors. She was then pursued around the scaffold by the executioner, who swiped at her again and again. The mutilated Countess was finally killed after an agonizingly drawn-out process. What actually happened at Margaret Pole's execution is the subject of debate amongst historians. However, in the words of author Simon Webb, what is not in dispute is that the first swing of the axe merely gashed her shoulder. It took a further 10 strokes to remove her head. Whichever account is correct, it was truly an ugly scene, and one which poor Margaret Pole should never have had to endure. But it's worth remembering that the botched beheading of Margaret Pole was a minority case. Most beheadings did go fairly smoothly. The execution of Anne Boleyn in 1536 is a good example of how these decapitations were supposed to go. That's as long as you ignore the fact that she was executed on trumped-up charges of witchcraft and incest. For Anne's execution, a skilled French swordsman was brought in to do the deed. This was intended to avoid any messy mistakes. The Frenchman wore soft-soled shoes so that the blindfolded former queen would not hear him approach. According to some witnesses, he called for his assistant to bring him his weapon. This was merely a distraction for the victim. In fact, the sword was already wielded deftly in his hand. The distraction worked. As Anne turned her head towards the sound, her neck was exposed. The swordsman moved silently to her other side, swung his blade, and removed Anne's head in one clean sweep. She wouldn't have felt a thing. It is said that Anne's lips were still moving when her head was held up to the silent, disgusted crowd. But this would have been nothing more than the spasming of the nervous system. All that had been Anne Boleyn was already departed. While condemned nobles were more likely to end up like Anne Boleyn rather than Margaret Pole, the Countess's botched beheading was not a complete anomaly. 4 years after Anne's execution, the man who had helped to bring about her death found himself in the same position. This was Henry's trusted advisor and minister, Thomas Cromwell, and he was about to meet his own sticky end beneath the executioner's axe. Margaret Pole's fall from the king's favour was not particularly unexpected. She was a Plantagenet after all, and she was a little too cosy with the king's first wife. But for Cromwell, it was a different story. He'd been Henry's #1 man for years, and was a master of political brinksmanship. But in the end, even he fell out of the king's good graces, and when he did, it was spectacular. He was sentenced to death for treason and heresy, amongst other charges. He was innocent of them all, but that didn't matter. There was no trial. For Cromwell, it's just arrest and then straight to the execution. But the execution itself wasn't quite so swift. In the words of Edward Hall, Cromwell so patiently suffered the stroke of the axe by a ragged and butcherly miser, which very ungoodly performed the office. Hall does not go into detail on exactly what this ungoodly performance actually entailed. However, the latter essayist, Arthur Galton, added a bit more colour to the tale. Galton said that it took 2 executioners to cut off Cromwell's head, and that the pair were, quote, chopping the Lord Cromwell's neck and head for nearly half an hour. But Galton was writing centuries after the event, and he doesn't cite any sources other than, in his own words, a contemporary writer, so we don't know if this is what really happened. The historian John Schofield has suggested that Cromwell's end was in fact a little bit quicker. Schofield writes of a Venetian ambassador who said that Cromwell's end was better than he deserved. This suggests that everything went to plan, although we do need to consider that the Venetian had a personal dislike of Cromwell, so perhaps from the ambassador's point of view, anything would have been better than what Cromwell had deserved. Other writers do seem to suggest that Cromwell died messily, however. In 1600, the author John Stowe wrote, Cromwell patiently suffered the strokes, plural, of the axe, by the hands of him who ill-favouredly performed his office. An unknown writer from later in the century said that Cromwell's head was cut off at 3 or 4 strokes by the hand of an unskillful and butcherly executioner. So it doesn't sound like it was a very clean execution. However, Cromwell's head was later displayed on a stake, so the unskillful executioner evidently left at least some of the head intact. Don't shed too many tears for Thomas though, because when things were good, he assisted Henry in executing plenty of people, and most of those didn't deserve it either. Long before his own blood stained the executioner's platform, the minister had plenty of other people's blood on his hands. Whatever the case may be, though, the trend continued. 4 decades later, Henry's youngest daughter, Elizabeth, was ordering some executions of her own. Perhaps the most famous of these victims was the monarch's own cousin, Mary Queen of Scots, who was accused of high treason. On February 8th, 1587, Mary was executed. As she was a royal, she would be beheaded, but as the entire thing had been sloppily planned, it wasn't going to be pleasant. The first blow missed her neck by several inches, slashing deep into the back of her head. The weight of the blow would have cut through flesh and bone, exposing the Queen's brain, but Mary remained conscious. So the executioner took aim again and swung, and this time he killed Mary Queen of Scots. Her partially severed head collapsed against her chest, and the Queen was done. But let's remember, the executioner was paid to sever the head, not partially sever it, so he still had a job to do. Now that the Queen was dead, the pressure was off. The executioner seemed to regain his composure. He swung for a third time and detached the head from its regal shoulders. As was customary, the executioner now took the head by its hair and held it up to the crowd. Only that wasn't hair, or not real hair anyway. The Queen was wearing a wig, which promptly slipped off. Mary's shattered cranium fell to the floor, eliciting gasps of horror from the onlookers. It was a final, shameful insult in what was a truly ignominious end. But of course, in some cases, beheadings went wrong in whole other ways. Sometimes they even gave the victim a smidgen of morbid amusement before their soul was struck permanently from the terrestrial balance sheet. Simon Fraser, the 11th Lord Lovat, was a Scottish nobleman and the head of Clan Fraser. After the Jacobite Rising was crushed at Culloden in 1746, Fraser fell into the hands of the British Crown. In the grand surroundings of the House of Lords, Lovat was put on trial, he was sentenced to death, and would be beheaded on Tower Hill in London. On the 9th of April 1747, huge crowds of onlookers gathered at Tower Hill to watch Fraser's treasonous head be violently removed. He seemed to have faced his end with noble grace and dignity, even reciting a quote from the Roman poet Horace. Dulce et decorum est, pro patria mori, or in English, it's sweet and seemly to die for one's country. But this dignified air soon left him. As his final moments drew nigh, a huge groaning crunch was heard from the crowd. One of the vast wooden platforms that had been erected for the spectators suddenly lurched to one side and collapsed in a mess of splintered timber and mangled bodies. 9 of the people who had come out to watch Fraser die had wound up dead themselves. Lord Lovat apparently found this hilarious. He burst into uncontrollable laughter as he was led to the execution block. As the axe fell, Lovat was said to still be laughing. The phrase, "to laugh your head off," allegedly comes from this incident, although we don't actually know that for sure. What we do know for sure is that Lord Lovat was the last in a long and proud tradition. Since that day in 1747, no one has been executed by beheading in the British Isles ever since. This is true in the British Isles, of course, but not in the rest of the world. Over in France, somewhere between 15,000 and 17,000 people were beheaded during the Reign of Terror several decades later. Faced with the prospect of executing so many people, and struggling with the fact that so few candidates were qualified for the job, the French decided to invent a machine to do it for them. Only they didn't really invent the machine, because in fact, beheading machines existed long before this, and they were much more effective than their human counterparts. It's a bit like the idea of AI taking your job, if the job is cutting off heads. A woodcut made by the German artist Lucas Cranach in 1539 shows a man kneeling with a machine that looks rather like a guillotine, 2.5 centuries before Robespierre brought his terror to France. Later, the Provost and magistrates of Edinburgh ordered the construction of their own automated headsman, or perhaps headsman is the wrong word. The contraption bore the rather more feminine name, the Maiden, and it was first used in the execution of Thomas Scott in 1565. Ironically, this was actually during the reign of Mary, Queen of Scots. Mary herself may have wished that her English cousin had access to her own Maiden when that first stroke smashed into the back of her skull 22 years later. At least 150 people died on the Maiden before it was withdrawn from service in 1716. If you want to go and view this grim contraption for yourself, it's on display at the National Museum of Scotland. These beheading machines are chillingly brutal to behold, but they are at least efficient. There's not much that can go wrong with a device like this, which is probably why France seemed so keen on it during their revolution and for a long time afterwards. But not much can go wrong is very different to nothing can go wrong, as we shall see in our final story for today. When we left Louis XVI, at the beginning of this video, he'd just had his final speech cut short and he was preparing for the end. But with Madame Guillotine handling business on that chilly morning in Paris, he could have taken some comfort in that surely there would be no mistake. But in fact, according to one witness, the execution did not go quite to plan. According to the observer Louis-Sébastien Mercier, I saw the former king jostled by 4 assistant executioners, forcibly undressed, his voice drowned out by the drums, trussed to a plank, still struggling, and receiving the heavy blade so badly that the cut does not go through his neck, but through the back of his head and his jaw horribly. Louis's end was swift, but was it dignified? Probably not. I think after all we've seen, we can conclude with this. So, I think after all we've seen, we can conclude with this. The best way to cut off someone's head is not to do it at all.